Hello, everyone.
Hello! Hello, Chad! Hello, kittens! Hello, Puddinrat! Hello, Unconsidered! You scared yourself with that? Hello, everyone! Hello, Snooze! I'm Truck. I'm a truck. You might have missed it, but I became a train. And then I became a truck. Because I was sold for being unprofitable. You're not a truck, you're not a train. You okay? What's happening? Oh my god, my tracking is weird. I was well, Q? My friend Q was playing Open Transport Tycoon and made me a train. I mean, I asked to be a train, and then it didn't go well. That's all you need to know, really. That's all that's about, yeah, that's about it. Really, I don't really have any other explanation for you. But yes. Sold for scraps? Kind of. I suppose, yes. We were. Me and Pira! We both were trains, and we didn't stay trains for long. We were trains for like a year? I don't know. I don't know how time really flows in that game. I don't know, I don't think. Thinking is not for me. Thinking is for computers, and that's why I use them. It makes both complete and absolutely zero sense at the same time. Yeah. Like you're saying it, yeah. Also, I'm trying out different tracking today. I used MediaPipe during Sajini's birthday. I used the default tracking before, and today I'm finally trying the NVIDIA RTX thing, and it's like very sensitive to my brows for some reason. Like every time I smile, it just like makes me look like I'm sad or something. Jesus. Is it a different face? Yes, a different face. Exactly, yeah. I need to probably just do something about my calibration, but I don't have brains for that today. No brains, only games. And we will be trying to find a tomb. The Polish smile. Don't just call me out like that. I do smile like that. It's terrible. Why does that happen? Why am I like that? But yeah, gonna be continuing the tomb renovations, I was about to say. Sure, renovations work, I guess. Before that, I might actually try and see if I can make the screen bigger. For myself. So I don't shrimp. Actually... I mean, I can't really make it that much bigger. I can probably adjust it a little bit. Not sure if it will make a difference. That was terrible. What am I singing? Make any sense? Let me see. Is this window better? It is? Okay. Well, there's difference. A little bit. A little difference. And how are you guys doing? How's your Tuesday? I don't like Tuesdays, and that's not any in the news. I never claimed to like Tuesdays. And I'm probably confused about what the fuck I'm talking about. But Tuesdays have always been this very slow day for me, and you know, it's just a matter of perception, but I'm not gonna pretend like it's not real. At least for my brain. The fuck? I broke the game. Oh my god, I broke it. I broke it! The good news is that I actually got some work done. So, we're trying to get back to normal. See, today's my first day in work for the week. Oh, so it's your Monday. So equally bad. That's my that's how I take it. Why is it starting? I just want to start the configuration. Why did I break it? I don't want this to be running the thing. Oh, I know what's happening. Fuck. No full screen mode. Let me be. I ain't a fan either. Fur. Can I? There we go. Okay. I've managed to make the screen a bit bigger for myself. So what are we chatting about? About Tuesdays. Not really anything deep, anything that makes sense. This is like the worst conversation I could have came up with, basically. We're actually looking for a new topic. If you have anything, if you have anything to suggest. Honestly, I was just trying to like come up with something while I troubleshoot the freaking resolution of my game. Okay, I think I'm down here. Tomb! You're playing tombs and graves, exactly. And we are looking for tombs in a game about tombs. This should be Tomb Finder and not Tomb Raider. Because what the fuck, where is that thing? Sounds like a Steam game. That's a PlayStation game. What do you think about RPG games? I love RPG games. I would, if I could, I would play them all the time, but they take a lot. So I end up not actually playing that much. Because I will. Uh-oh, hold on. I made a couple pixels too tall. What do you think of a games made after 90s? Oh, hello, you can see my freaking window. Why the fuck is that here? Thank you, Steam. What are you doing? For the love of God. Why is it twice now? I swear. I'm not crazy. It's your imagination. What the fuck is happening? Hold on. Yeah. Game after 90s. I would play games. I like any games. Maybe not 70s games or 80s. Well, I like some 80s games. I know what I'm saying. I like games, okay? Guys, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to download new music for this. What game should I give an opinion on? Terrible question. Peg. I have not played Peggle. Hee. I'm hee. Why women Jansky? Hello, Pistol. Do you know about Kitty Horror Show? No, what is that? Ignore the overlapping music, it will be gone in a moment. Wow. Wow! Wow, chat, I forgot what I was doing! She's a dev. Made some of the most scary games. Oh! What kind of games? What games? Why do I feel like something is off with this lighting today? I think I'm just crazy, guys. I think I'm just crazy. Anatomy? I don't know that. Aye. If it isn't the consequences of my actions. But yeah, you know, I listen, I like games that were done after the 90s, okay? I like them, I do. But fuck, stop using the flares! The thing is, a lot of the game series that I'm interested in, they have started their, you know, the long running existence during the 90s. So I have to you know, I have to go back to the roots. And that's just how it is. And you just, well, that's how I exist. Painfully. Summit like Fallout, you can play that game just fine nowadays. Yeah, I've played both Fallout And then I have ooh, baton. I've played a little bit of Fallout 3 on stream last year, and then I didn't go back to it because I got well, I don't want to really go into detail, but things didn't go great in my personal life, so I kind of the game is still waiting for my attention. But yeah, it's not just that, but yeah, it's here, Fallout, Tomb Raider, Elder Scrolls, Baldur's Gate, what else? Many games started in the 90s. I would have to like... Ah! My god, you know, some started even earlier! In the freaking 80s! Like Zelda and Mario, because... Yeah, I know a lot of people don't really care about those old games anymore. Listen, if you just... you know, if you just play a game because you think, oh, I'm gonna have fun, I don't really care about just these silly things like, I don't know, just being very thorough about things that don't really matter. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm just very specific about the way I enjoy games. Not for any particular reason, mind you, but it's just perfectionism, sort of. Only I was a fan of the Europe RPG games. Ooh, like which ones? Gothic? I'll be back here in a minute. Ah, Gothic. I knew it. I haven't played Gothic myself. It's one of those games that everyone was like, oh, you should play it! And, you know... And also people who I didn't really like were very obsessed with the... Get the fuck out of this hole! Very obsessed with that game, so I kinda ended up building, well... I don't want to say building a resistance, it doesn't really make sense fully, but I just kind of end up avoiding the game. Because I was like, I'm not gonna play the game that this person plays. This is like the dumbest thing ever, but you know, I was a kid. And yeah, I just never kind of went back to it. I did say was. Yeah. I'm just saying. Ah! Dog! I wasn't paying attention, now I'm dying. Now I play Linux games. Fair. What do you play now? What do you play now? I need to get back to the... to, the controls of this. I forgot my process. Right now. Death Bodge? A fun game? I have no idea what that is actually. You know how some people act like you don't know anything about cinema unless you've watched all of the classics? This is kind of how I felt about video games for a while. Because people are always like, oh, you haven't played this. It's like, oh, well, I just didn't have it. Like, but you know, there was like it wasn't really anything that bothered me too much. But then eventually I was like, well, people do like these things for a reason. I am curious why. And that's kind of how it started. Well, started. That was my second step, I would say. The first step was trying to play frigging Mario games and Zelda because I haven't played any during my childhood. Even though those are absolute classics, but like as I said, I haven't played those. Not really what I meant to do, but sure. I killed them. I did. It was me or them. Sometimes there is no other option. Ah! Oh, so are you suffering enough yet? No, not yet, not yet. I forgot how much this game. What the fuck are you doing? How much suffering this can bring. I love hard, but I know you're sad. Yeah. And controls are the best, yes. Exactly. What the heck is this? This is just to bring me... well, suffering. Sort of. As you said, but like... I just see this machinery and I'm like, oh my god, they just want to fucking maul me. And they will become a piece of meat hanging on a hook. But yeah, no tombs so far. If we find any tombs, I don't even know what I could probably like do, because I'm like I don't really know. I dream of tombs. Factory Raider, oh god. Ah shit! My meat dreams have become true. Never asked for this. Scoop. We are in pain. Okay. Pain and suffering. You can see why this game got a reboot. No, why did you take a step back? You stupid. Actually, why am I trying to jump over there? Oh, I see why I'm trying to jump over there. Never mind, I'm stupid. No more hooks. But these are just the beginnings. There's still a game for the reboot? Was the fourth one a reboot? I don't think so. I don't actually know. I would say Legends would probably a reboot, though you could also argue that the only reboot was the 2013 one. So there's still a lot. Still like that was going on. Oh my god. It would be fun if I just like pressed the wrong button and slipped into the freaking acid. You know I could do that. Oh, what the fuck? Where's a hole? There's a hole! Ah, secret! I thought it would just be like full of spikes or something. Whee! I wish you could like see my freaking expression right now. Looking into the camera like I'm in the office. Nice bat, no! That's not what I asked for. What? Laura! What the fuck are you doing? Also, just realized the freaking track is looping, sorry. Dun dun. The goal of today is to not shrimp. I have very little expectations of myself. Also, I don't even know what the goal is with the levels, because last time we played this, you know, I asked, my goal was to do 3 levels every stream. However, I think last stream I only did like... Was it even 2? Or was it just 1? What are you doing? Why does it happen every time? Why won't you just grab the freaking edge? Why is that so difficult? Not this. Not this. Whee! Very dumb. Make your water more fun. Do you want a bath? Is that what it is? Why can't she grab the edge? Am I supposed to like try jumping later? What? I don't understand. This is like the dumbest problem so far. No! Not like this! And acid just gross water? You know what? I would prefer it to be acid. What the fuck? Why? Tell me why I have to jump in a way that just lands me on the edge, but I can't grab with my hands, even though that's perfectly normal in any other situation, except this one. You know, I understand why this game got... What rating was it? 4 out of 10? Or something? I don't know. But, yeah. Fucking great game design. Jesus. Why is this is so long! And you cannot even, like, climb up faster! Oh my god. Run ads during a large ladder. Oh god. Why is she climbing the ladder? I'm asking the same question. I see you, yeah. I was thinking about it from the very first ladder I saw in this game. Can you, like... No? Why are you doing this so wide? I don't understand anything. Girl! I'm saving it. Here. If you ever wondered why I save every, like... Oh my god, I just saw there was something over there. Of course there would be! I swear to god, I'm fucking losing my mind. Hold on. Is there anything interesting in there? No, don't know. Can just cheese the full death like that? Listen, let's just accept that I died, okay? I'm not even cheesing. I just died. This is just speedrunning the death. What are you doing? For the law. For what? For the love of God. What are you doing? I bet there's just like... You can't even grab this? Are you serious? What the fuck is wrong with this game? Sorry, I do not mean to swear. Oh my god! Ah! Drop the fucking flare! So much, but... The controls. What are you doing? I don't want this! I'm eagerly waiting, finding nothing there. No, don't say that! We're going down, what are you doing? I hate my life. I hate this. I bet it's a big middle finger. I bet there's like one bullet in there. Can you like... The stupid thing is that you can't really see shit. Who designed this? I just want to talk. How am I supposed to know where to jump? Is it at this level? No! It was below the thing on the wall. Vibe check ladder. My vibes are rancid. Grab the ladder! Whee! I don't understand. Mama! Ooh. I don't wanna die. But I will if I keep falling down like this. This is terrible, don't listen to me. Honestly, I want to. I think I like every time I play this game, I become so freaking salty and just aggressive towards game developers. Yeah. I mean, can you blame me? What's there? There's nothing. What the fuck is that? Where am I? Where am I? What? What? Are you serious? Okay. Well, we found out that you have to be here later. When there's water. Or maybe not all, maybe you don't have to go that way. Chris! Hi. Game as well on crack for 2005. Skate park! Oh my god, I almost didn't notice this. Ready. If I become a VTuber, I wanna collab with you. Do it. I'm challenging you. Whee! Whee! What the fuck? I see. So the game is evil. What you have to do, I believe, is do something that makes a lot of sense, which is slide backwards and grab the fucking edge, then go up, and only then you can do things. Because why make sense? They wanna make games. We just shoot them in the toes. Yeah, you just you do a vibe check on them. What the fuck? No! First ever stream won't be with you. Yeah, collab with you. Oh god. Imagine your full PS1 memory card in this playthrough. Jesus Christ. I think I would have like freaking locked myself out or something during this. Whee! Okay, so I didn't have to wait for water, but I just wasn't supposed to be here to go that way. What a waste of time. I'm looking forward to the third one. It's supposedly better. Although, you know, I don't really know how much I can trust anything. Even the internet has lied to me, because as I was playing the first one, I found information that only the first one has tank controls. That's not true! What the fuck? Maybe, I bet that website was talking about a mod, and I'm like, I don't want to use mods for this, I'm just too lazy. No, I mean, you're probably asking, what do you mean? You're complaining. If you could have a mod to not have tank controls, why are you want you mod the game? No. No. Because then I will be lying to people, thinking that this game is easy. They will watch me and be like, what do you mean? This is nothing. And then they play the game and they're like, oh my god, you lied to me, this is shit! I never lied to you. Oh, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about different websites. Modless Android. What the fuck is this camera? Oh my god! Blue! I got blue. Press... use this. Stop with Grzegorz! I don't have anything against Grzegorz. I'm just not him. I'm waiting for dogs to spill out. From behind corners! I told you, dogs! I told you dogs will be incoming! You cannot surprise me, I was expecting them. I don't think there's a female version of that name, to be honest. Dead! Grzegorza! No, that name doesn't really have a similar version. Of the Italian feminine. Like, it makes sense, but it just... the name doesn't exist, like, an official form. Factories are like tombs of the modern age. Oh, this is not thing you can push. Okay, never mind. I'm expecting things to shoot. Who am I shooting here? What the fuck? Why are you closed? What? A chopper? Doctors of tomb filler, but working conditions make people die. Hydrate, I will, thank you, decibels. Wow. Spin. Spin to win! Ooh, this one goes down. Honestly, what the fuck? Sir! What are you shooting? This might sound like I have some sort of freaking Stockholm syndrome, but I kinda am glad to be back to this game, because it means I'm chipping away at my other games. Well, other games. I'm chipping away at my game list. Slowly, but surely. You know? Why is a block here? What's that all about? I have a feeling, but... We will fill the Excel list before it does... Oh my god. Are you trying to say that I will reach the freaking limits of Excel? In 2060? 2060? What are the limits of Excel? Like 6,000 rows? 16? No, 16, no. 160,000? I don't freaking know, I don't remember. You complete the list? That's... Listen, that would be reasonable. Your internet doesn't want to work, I'm sorry. What the fuck are you doing here? I was just chilling. I think it's like 1,000,000 trillion. No. Why does she know? Really? I don't know. But you're probably right, but like... That shit will be crushing. As hell. Harpoon! Let me grab the harpoon! Where's that bitch? Come on! I saw you. I know you're there! Is she praying? What the fuck is happening? I'm so confused. What just happened? You know what? I have a different idea. Whoa, okay, that's a big threshold. How did I get it wrong? I got the break. That too, but I'm just talking about the freaking this dude over here. I feel like I was shooting at him, nothing happened. Whoa, what the fuck? Bro. Look at this stance. I'm gonna cheat a little bit Oh my god. I keep thinking of the flares by accident. You have to play a million games? No! Oh gosh. That's not fair! You guys are like, why are you safe? Why are you alone? You already killed him! I don't understand either, okay? How can he take so many shots from a harpoon? Go on. I was murdered. Very brutally. He's going back into the hole! Oh god. Get out of the hole! God damn it. Infinite tanks. You guys. Oh gosh. How many shots does this guy take? Jesus. Many indeed. What the fuck is he made of? I forgot this music is not from this game. It just fits the Rancid vibe so well, you know? The fuck is this? Why? This is probably... what? Oh, see. Yeah! Ooh. Oh, never mind. I was like, woohoo! I got locked inside! I'm gonna freaking drown now. I didn't. Surprisingly. Yeah, levers! They love their levers. Is it levers or levers? I don't know. I don't know words. I don't know English. I'll only pretend. You can't buy. Goodness. Wait, this is where I came from. What's that other door then? Is that door even real? Is this door real? What the heck? Doors are only windows to imagine. What do you mean? You guys are just trying to make me miserable. Guys, more freaking alarms. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is what you get. No! Come back! Bitch. And suddenly they decided to be evil. Yeah. Oh god. Oh. What the heck? Guys. Well, you guys didn't say pressing buttons, although that doesn't seem to do anything. That was not the alarm. What the heck is a button for? Thank you for providing delicious power. What are you guys doing? You just wanted me to get stuck. How much does it last? Is it for 5 minutes? Are you stuck? Aw. Aw. Is it safe to say this game sucks yet? I think it was like pretty obvious after the first 3 levels. Ah. Guys, I cannot do anything. Why would you why would you have me get stuck in here? I just can run in circles. Gosh damn it. At least there's stairs. The idea is making you suffer. Am I not suffering enough? I'd love to hear. I want you to play it forever and ever. Jesus Christ. Do you guys have no love for yourself? Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's what you get for not believing in me in Resident Evil 5? What the heck? What did I do? That's not- wait, that's not the same. What the heck is- where does it go then? Wait, I just realized. Window. Huh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Is the music too... Can you even hear the music? It's very quiet, I think. Yeah, I'm staring at the minutes. It's pretty quiet. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like... just a little bit. Pretty quiet ambient. Yeah, I think it's just, like, fine. Doesn't have to be too loud. I feel like there's... Is the track just silent now? What the heck? Drazu! Hello! how you doing? Welcome. You hear woo? Woo? Welcome, I'm suffering. To the chat's joy. What the fuck? David. Wait. Wait. I see. Rasuzu, thank you for the follow. What tombs you raiding? You know, funny you ask that. There's no tombs in this game. I know. Which level is this, guys? Do you remember by any chance? Because we are like 1/3 into the game. We haven't found any tombs so far. And ridiculous, as you can imagine. I'm gonna my body is on fire. You make the tombs? You might be right. You know, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that option. You might have just solved the entire crisis. Why is the alarm off now? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything yet! Hold on. Hold on, guys. Just realized something. I'm back. I'm back to business. Not so get to crack. What of the two is the way? What? I'm feeling like you're giving me some freaking not concussion, but like what's the word? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But what if the two? Oh, if the 2 minutes they're waiting for 2 minutes. You're breaking me. Am I making your brain foggy? No, not you. I blame Chris. For building sentences that explode my brain. I know I did this, honestly. Twisting your brain to knots? No, don't do that. The tombs are the friends we made along the way. I think it's a combination of Chris and the game being the game. That's true too. So, the game is very good at being painful. What the fuck is that? Oh, that caught me off guard. I can't even say anything. Stunlocked by minor typo. that sentence is like difficult even without a typo. My brain doesn't understand. Whoa. Oh, I have to jump in the water. Who would have expected me to actually think about that? Yay, I make people crazy. Listen, I was just trying to shoot him before he manages to unleash the firepower. Daggerfall music gets much respect from me. I hope you enjoy it. I cannot believe that this game doesn't really have any ambient music playing in the background. You only get like 5 tracks. Well, maybe not 5 tracks. I shouldn't really say that because I don't know. But like it gets music in very minor parts of the game. What I wanted to say is that maybe 5% of the game actually has music instead of 5 tracks. My bad. Ooh. I want Barbie girl in the background. No. We can't have that. Why do you want copyrighted music in the background? Oh. Why am I surprised? Why am I surprised? Like, they gave me freaking harpoons for a reason, right? I cannot see shit. And you know what? Let's go this way first. What's this? What does this button do? We just don't know. It didn't show me. To be fair, I think a lot of games like this from back then were mainly ambient. You know, if that's, I mean, like, I guess. It's not really like a major criticism for me, but like a lot of the games did have music, and like, I don't know. I'm just here from the perspective of someone who just trying to make an entertaining thing happen. But I'm saying it doesn't make sense either, but don't mind me. Maybe the 8-bit version of Barbie Girl? That's not copyrighted. Bullshit! What the- don't you say! I would have believed that this game only has 5 tracks to be honest. You know what? You have to check! Maybe that is true. I wouldn't know. Needy Barbie Girl? Why are you guys like this? Why Barbie Girl? Can't these guys just die? I'm not even shooting anybody! Ah. Is this game some old mellow? This music? No, this is from Daggerfall. What? Oh, is this what the button opened? Oh my goodness. I thought it actually mattered. Nope. A secret. A secret! But what was I about to say? After I'm done with this game, I might play Metal Gear. It's so difficult maneuvering in underwater. What the heck? You mean Metal Gear Solid or the first 2 Metal Gears? The first 2 Metal Gears! You know I like suffering. Why would I play Metal Gear Solid when I can play something worse? You know? You know? You know what I'm saying? Yay, stress! Can you just fuck off? God damn it, we got 1. We whispering now? Why whispering? If you like suffering, you should play Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I will. I will. Don't tempt me. Don't worry, we'll get there. God damn it, stop swimming down. I'm trying to get out of here. Sometimes I think your batteries are powered by stress, so you have to put yourself under suffering to recharge them. You know what? You might be correct. And that's terrifying. Why'd they move? No happy ending. Don't lamo me. This is serious. This is serious business. Don't jump into water. Lamu. Why do Lauren moans that when she dies? Yeah, why do you think she's doing this? Are both of them yet dead? Maybe. Where's the second one? Oh, dead! We did it! We did it! Imagine explaining the death of this guy to his family. I mean, why was he here in the first place? Like, I feel like you're, like, confusing the freaking priorities here. What is this? What the heck? Boat? God damn it, I got stuck. What the heck? He's been paid, he has 4 children to feed. A giant banana? No! By mafia? Really? You're saying that his family would be proud of it? If anything, they will be like, oh, okay, he's gone. Oh, well, I guess that's... We are free now from this stupid problem. I don't know what I'm saying. What playlist is this? I'm liking it. This is the soundtrack from Elder Scrolls Daggerfall. He's trying his best. He's from Detroit. What the fuck? Where did these come from? Can this guy stop walking on top of walls? I didn't mean to jump down, but I don't think there's actually another way. Well, we just have to go back anyway. This one is from Rio de Janeiro. Promised a brand new PS1 to his son. Proton! Hello! How are you doing? Did you get home? Where did you come from? Yeah. Oh my goodness. You guys are just making your own freaking headcanons and then blaming me if that something goes wrong. He's from France. I was my grandparents. Ooh. Fanfiction time, no! Oh god. He's from France, I don't care about him. Jesus Christ. You guys are confusing me so much. Stop creating backstory for the bad guys. Again, he just robbed what on his last day of work. He was going to get something so nice for his son. He's part of the mafia! People have families too? Oh Jesus Christ, I almost ran into this thing. What the heck? How did I not die? Never mind. Oh no, I need another thing. Is it just here? No, but there's a corridor over here. Sicilian? Why am I Sicilian suddenly? As a Sicilian, okay, never mind, I cannot read. I'd like to know what's wrong with the family. Listen. These people are trying to murder me, and you're saying that I am in the wrong for like just trying to stay alive. What are we even fighting for? It's like being upset that, you know, one shark... that a shark has died because a person fell into the water and was just trying to freaking escape. Like, what do you mean? You're the one in the factory? They brought me here! Sharks don't eat people? What do you mean? I mean, I don't have anything against sharks, don't get me wrong, that was just an example. Sharks are cute. You can pet them. If you want to. Where is the dog coming from? Ah! Dog! Because you were in some other place disturbing them? Why are we having this conversation? Oh, jaw. Oh, oh, jaw. Oh, God. Why do I always find myself being freaking guilt tripped by chat for something I didn't do? Ahem. You have to blame Lara Croft. She's the one who made some questionable decisions. I'm not even British. The one was saving money to buy a ring for his future. What the heck? You guys are still at it? British. British. Hello, Ashen. How are you doing? Oh, a dog bit me. I'm bleeding. Could be worse. She could be France. What? What happened here? That doesn't look like a tomb. I know. I know. Why do you think I'm upset with this game? Oh God, seriously? Ugh! Shit. I became one after Lara's arrival. It became one. Oh. Yeah, see, it's because this game is well, this game has a wrong title. You see, this is not Tomb Raider, it's Tomb Maker. They just got it wrong. They they were trying to use their known brand for, to their advantage. It didn't really work out because people were like, well, this is not really what I was looking for. Fuck. I don't know, you tell me. Doing fine, started sort of scratching my head on how to thing with my laser gear. What are you planning to do? But yeah, tell me that this music doesn't fit the game. The fuck? Why was this dude just carrying the thing I need? It's so weird. When, you know, the game makes you... Oh my god, they have monitoring in here? Makes you believe that, you pretty much have to find key items in like random places, and then they just put things on, Oh, this is where I am. On the freaking NPCs. Doing some home improvements to make it... Oh. Oh wow, it doesn't open from the outside. Today, I made one guy lose his job. Explain. What do you mean? What do you mean, sir? I'm worried. Machine chip. Don't eat it. It's not that kind of chip. Really? I feel like this should work exactly the opposite. How does putting in a chip disable a thing? This should just cut off my head now, I think. It'll be fair. So remember the job I cannot really talk about? Yeah? Go ahead. I'm waiting for the development of the story. Whee! I got a promotion, so now I'm the one who organized the files. Ooh, where is it? Oh god. Red pass card. In short, red card. Cass. I don't know, I can't read. I can't think. What the fuck, sir? If you look closely. But if you close your eyes. You can see your ears buffering. Oh gosh. I'm thinking very intensely. Ugh. 300 saves. And we're not even that far into the game. Wow, he didn't drop anything. Disappointing! Disappointing! And you submit a file and it makes the Imperial metric. As a result, we had to retake the test from the start. Oh! Whoops. You will not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies! Who made that noise? Who's making that noise? Ah, what the fuck? Is he dead? Oh, I didn't even... I barely hit him! They jump on top of him and he died? I'm confused. Ahem. I did my job and David lost his job. Whoopsie. You murdered a man and you're complaining about me? Oh, I see, I see. Oops. He's been demoted. That's almost as bad. Ooh, 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 ooh. His pay almost halved. And what did you do? Listen, unless if you kill somebody, they don't need the money anymore. And just don't take it seriously. Ah. I'm just joking. This is all joking. Oh my gosh. Why is this closed? What about the families? Maybe he doesn't have the family. Maybe he's just trying to live his life. Maybe he's struggling in his tiny apartment.
Blood or answers? I have no preference. You should spill a bit of them both.
Okay, Marco. Glad to have your lot. What do you want? Come on, stick to your stomach. Tell me, where in monastery should we look? Brother?
What? What just happened? I think I'm... Wait, is this the end of this level? I feel like I've skipped a room or two, but... To be honest, it doesn't really matter. So I walk into my siblings having an argument. That was Tomb... Was that Tomb Raider or was it the Daggerfall soundtrack? That was Tomb Raider! Daggerfall doesn't even have voice acting! I mean, sort of has, but not really. It's very little. I guess you could argue the same with this game. Don't try, don't make any sense, don't ask me questions! I'm losing my mind. Ah. Why are they falling into the stairs? Oh? Hello?
You are not one of them.
But you are a monk.
Brother Chen Bakeng.
A monk?
You have come for me. I saw bright lights around me.
That was gunfire. I think it was them who got taken away by it.
But you are my guide, my path beater to a next incarnation. I have done my time here, haven't I?
What are you doing here? In Marco Bartoli?
Nothing. I led righteous life.
Yep.
Here, for reasons rooted
That
only in
wasn't by
necessary
accident.
evil, as my father was before me when he bombed Gianni's vessel deep into these waters. Now I'm here. Was here.
I know, right?
To prevent his son from salvaging the Seraph.
The Seraph?
You not know my life's work well.
Look how pointy this
Sure you
man
don't care for
is.
them.
Their Jackanory days are well over.
They want the Seraph to unlock a malignant treasure we contain in our monastery in Tibet.
In
Since being
Tibet.
stolen by imbecile vagabonds centuries ago. We've been without key to it, relying solely on cleansing of our prayers to keep it
What is he
sanctuary.
doing?
Then the occultist Gianni B acquired it.
Why are his fingernails transparent?
Trouble we knew.
What the fuck is that?
Life back into ancient belief. One not to be stopped by any amount of head bowing. And now again, it is here. Marco, infected with madness. He has violent mind, but not yet the power to satiate it. So, we reach for our weapons once more.
The true detox of evil.
Where can you be taking me? Thought
Oh
this
look, a
was
priest!
Changes of Buddha's rest. Oh, I need one.
That's the Jojo priest. I feel like I've missed something because I went into the guy immediately and there was like, well, there was like a corridor. But well, whatever. Not like it matters in this game, really. Oh my god. I wish it was good graphics. What are you saying? Listen, listen. Did you see how pointy this guy was? Look at the boob. Okay, you cannot see the booba from here, but like, she's very round, okay? They had priorities when they made this game. Why did you shoot Lara first? She's the one who has weapons. Deus Ex Machina. That was, you know, she's needed to progress with the story. What the fuck am I doing here? Everybody loves underwater levels. Yay! It's time to freaking die. Am I in like a cave? Did game poof? No, it's fine. It's just very dark. What? Is this screen on a rugby team? Because all black? What the fuck? 40 fathoms? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Did the game just shit itself for real? I'm confused. I thought you were joking. I thought it was just so dark that you really didn't see a lot, but... Deus Ex is good. Did you play it? I did. I didn't mean to play. No, no Lara's Home. I love Deus Ex. It's one of my favorite games. Why is it not showing? Swear to God. Tom! Hedda Tom! You can hear it, you cannot see it. I love OBS. Oh my god. I love computers, they just work. That would be good if they did. Hold on. Can I? What if I just? Why isn't it working? Hydrate. Oh well, thank you, Amanda. The game was like, we are underwater now, we cannot see. How do you sing? Ah. Fuck it, I'm putting back the window capture. If you see 2 games in a minute, don't blame me. What am I even doing here? Am I like following the barrels or something? Ooh. Sees 20 games? What do you mean? What 20 games? What did you see? I know it's back, but I had to change the display, the capture type. Because the game decided to just disappear! I love it when that happens. Why is there a shark following me? Of course a fucking lever will be hidden in a corner. I can't believe this. You know, the designers were like, you know what this game lacks? A water level. Oh god. Every gamer loves a water level. I'm sure people will be overjoyed. I am not really even sure why we are here in the first place. Like, did the monk mention anything about a sunken ship? Because I don't recall. He was just talking about bullshit. Oopsie, not what I wanted to do. I think you're chasing a submarine. Oh, guess that does make a little bit more sense, I suppose. What the frick am I doing here? Wait, I'm stupid. I came from this hole, didn't I? It means I should follow this one. I somehow thought that I came from this way instead. Wait, never mind. Ah! There we go. My little submarine. Of course. Of course! This is the one thing this game has. Fucking live. Wow. No more water. And this music, it keeps just like, it still works. How? How does it make sense? Oh my goodness, I see what I have to do here and I'm not happy about it. Welcome to pushing no? Wait, actually no? You don't want me to move boxes around? I'm surprised. I thought they would make me move this box, like over there, and then get the water back, and then go to top. Mini Barbie girl goes kind of hard. Have you found it? Oh god. Ah! playing this game with the freaking direction stick with the stick. I don't know. It's difficult as heck because the game just like misinterprets your angles as trying to jump in the freaking to the sides or something. So I did play with just, you know, the arrows. But that makes my finger hurt. The problems of the first world. Fingy hurt. Why are we using this gun? Why are we using a shotgun? Stop wasting health. This suggests that we didn't just randomly find the ship. That we were supposed to be on the ship. Why? Ahem. I don't think ahem is what I would say in this situation, but who am I to judge? That was weird. I know what I just did. Oh. Oh, you dropped it in the water. They're wet now. My wet harpoons. I'm trying to understand why is there a heartbeat in the background? Whose idea was this? Hey, guess we just got stuck. I can't believe this! Craft cosplay is always mid unless you're truthful. True. You are correct. What the fuck? Why can you do that and I can't? What? Come back. Sir? What was the sound? I need all are true. What? You mean tropes? Game out, head out, have fun with the game. Thank you! Thanks for hanging out a bit. Appreciate it. I need to get out of here. Actually. Oh, do I do this? Did I? Just get stuck forever? Hardheads. My fifth Pick of Lara cosplay is the one where they have a whole tissue box under the shirt for the polygon. Hello, Pira. Oh god. Oh, I see. This is... Oh. Wait. There we go. Okay. I was confused. Pira, how do you feel after being reduced to a truck? What is this? Oh, these are lights. I was like, are these lasers? I'm confused. What? Of course you cannot just step over this. That would be too easy. I have lost steam inside. I understand. I understand exactly. I wanna know what you feel. This is such a weird map. Jesus. I pulled a lever. I don't know what it did. Sudden music forward. True features who were taken away by the capitalists. Oh my goodness. We will never chew the same again. Yeah. I haven't played that specific game. Ah! I haven't played that specific game. I've played, I think Transport Tycoon? Hold on. No, Chris Sawyer's Locomotion, which is a, well, I guess it's like a newer one. Only because I was like on sale on Steam. And, I just couldn't figure out. I really should try again. Wait, oh my god, I think I know what's happening. Oh no. I hate this. This is probably timed. Wait, actually, never mind. I mean, I'm just stupid. There's a ladder over here. I didn't notice. Vanya, hello! How are you today? What? You know, I'm not sure if this sound effect of the door opening is the same as in Daggerfall, but it sure is very similar, which makes my music choice fitting even more. Tired but excited for what's to come. Lots of waking up early and physical activities. Oh, nice. I might try getting up early too. You know, trying to keep company and such. You just pretend you're playing Daggerfall at this point? I feel like a lot of them use the same massive sound library, and that's possible, yeah, because there were definitely Daggerfall sounds from EverQuest. Like, I will never forget to hear the weird bird noises from the forest. Now during sports I had to help out. No, I mean, I'm not talking about sports, just, you know, in general. I mean, any activity is good, to be honest. What? What? What the fuck is this camera? What? I'm confused. What just happened? Am I trying to get the freaking shark to eat me or something? Hello? I'm so confused. Shark. I need to get in here somehow. But I'm missing one. Fish! The fish are zooming through! Why are they visible through walls? Fish. I am confused. Freaking Zed fighting all around. There is a secret over there. You see the green thing? How the heck do I get there? Weird. Weird. Have you tried cheating? No! But speaking of Daggerfall, I've played... Oh my god, I was about to say I played it last year, but that was 2 years ago, Jesus Christ. And on stream too. It was like 60 hours. Feels like forever at this point. I might play the Unity version later. Sort of was challenged to play with Q, but I think, well, Pyrrha, were you supposed to play with us too? I feel like we were supposed to play it together, but it was like such a this was like a very potential idea. I'd never really get any specifics. I think we're gonna do a thief run or something. Yeah. Like, we're gonna play a game, and then like we didn't play a game. Just very typical of. Wait, this looks like it's open and. But how? There's no buttons. Oh my god. What is this? Is Daggerfall the one where the travel between towns is really long in real time? Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. You also have Arena, in which the time travel is, well, basically endless. Because the towns don't actually exist on a map. They just exist in space. There is an open world, but nothing is placed in that open world other than, you know, some dungeons. So, oh, I'm stupid. There is a thing over here. If you feel like it, you might try doing stuff and just gather artifacts and stuff and just I don't know, farm experience. I wouldn't. I don't like Arena. I played it. It was pain. What the heck is this game doing? It's glitching a lot. Okay. I didn't notice that freaking lever here. I'm so upset with myself. Do 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 do. I was waiting for the game to like for the fire to come up before the freaking cutscene switches, and I'm just left to die. Nedist, hello! Morrowind, my beloved. I have not played Morrowind yet. It's technically the next on the list of Elder Scrolls games, but I'm like I'm scared of you know, being consumed by it for like 100 hours or more. Why do I open this? You know what? Doesn't matter. I don't need that secret. Fuck off. Unless... Wait, hold on. There's still this thing that I don't know what it does. This could technically be the one I need. The idea that someone has played Arena but Morrowind is crazy? Haha. See, I exist. It is the one! Shit. Oh my god! No! I got stuck on the lamp! I'm just, working, I don't know, I just exist to confuse people, I believe. My parents were like, well, it would be funny if she did only stupid things and weird things. I don't know. Fish! Ah! Why do the fish bite me? Why are the fish thirsty for blood? How is it easier to avoid a shark? Because it's tasty. Excuse me, sir. Are you consuming blood when no one's looking? This is the dumbest thing. Why is it so difficult to just get over a lamp? Lara! Oh my, I might as well just like do it again at this point, Jesus. No? I mean, I'm not the one to speak. There was this one point when I we had, I don't know, my mom bought some weird tea. It was supposed to be like cherry flavored, but for some reason the taste reminded me of blood. And I got a lot of weird looks when I said that. It's 9:12 p.m. and Honey thinks it is the perfect time to howl on the neighbor. Very dog. There we go. There we go! Dogs be dogging. That's such as food people see a lot. Oh god, don't remind me. No, I'm not new. Ivory, how are you doing? How's your day? Okay, I know, please camera! Freaking camera angles are gonna be the end of me. Oh! If there's fire already, I'm gonna just lose my mind. There's no fire. Ah, fire in the back! Who cares about the fire? Wait. I didn't save after coming back, did I? Oh, Jesus Christ. Now the fish are gonna eat me again. One of those days not worth talking about, really? Oh, I see. Fair. It's okay. Tomorrow is another day. Cosplaying as a marshmallow at a campfire? There are bloodthirsty fish following me! Do you think that's what Lara always wanted? To be a marshmallow? Three. 333. Whee! Oh my god! Sorry. I hope I'm not too loud with that, but the controls in this. They're driving me crazy. I'm just trying to imagine people on like an actual PlayStation trying to... Jesus! Trying to beat this. How did this, what rating did this game get? 4 out of 10? Or something? I'm trying to play the original on PC and getting super pissed at the controls. Yeah. Yeah. Ah! Stop it! The controls are terrible, yeah. Trying to Jesus. I can never Jesus. I'm not good enough. Can I just skip the camera? They're like, Like, I know! Stop showing me that! Game that has freaking time-limited events. Would you like to see a camera of... Well, camera. Would you like to see a view of this fire that you just turned off for the 3rd time? Maybe you have not noticed that it's there. Be sure to hurry up. I'm saving in the frog stance. See, this is why I saved. Because I run into a wall like an idiot. Like, it is possible to do these things quickly. The problem is, the game hates me. I believe the game hates everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Slowly. Save. Because knowing myself, I would accidentally load or something. It's already back. No! Who let this fish out? It's hungry for my flesh. Oh my goodness. It's biting me! What opened? This? I'm dying! Who let that fish out? Bluff, bluff, bluff. That was the weirdest laugh I've ever let out of myself. God damn it. Fish. Just me and my fish friend. Listen, fish. We can be friends. I don't know why you are so aggressive. There's nothing that, like, requires this hatred from your side. Oh my god, no! Stop showing me the camera, the fish is biting me! Vitriol in its blood. I can sense it. Ooh. The fish booped the butt. Why is there more of them? What the fuck? God damn it, what? Run away. Come back, fish. Fishy, fishy, fishy. snack. Shoot the fish and grill on the fire. Let me do that. Laura, can you eat the fish, please? Look how tasty it looks. It's so blue. If I could, then I would. I love fish. And by love fish, I mean consuming fish. Let me eat the fish. Get the heck out of the bites! Ah! Someone's gonna come in here and yell at me for being loud for no reason. Be like, stop it, you're scaring the dog! Don't drink water after eating fish because the water may cause the fish to swim and then you feel gulu 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 in your stomach. Oh, what the fuck? Why'd they jump? For a second I thought maybe I haven't saved and I was about to get a heart attack. What's with the music, guys? What? Ooh, rust. Watch out for the rusty chip. What the fuck? No! She has no shoes, so it's a concern. Oh, you are correct. I didn't think about that. Can I grab the thing? No. Don't think that's something I could do. Never mind. But there's something above, for sure. Not this way. I know it was there. And maybe I can get there later. I mean, there is a broken ladder, so maybe this will fill up with water. Maybe? I don't know. Feel like not. No is the answer. Oh, what the fuck? Why is that Why are those textures doing that? Jesus, I don't know if you saw it, but they were moving in a very weird way. No! I wanted to jump! If you ever wanted to play this game, I'm just letting you know that jumps are very specific, and if you are in the wrong frame, in the wrong running frame, you will not be able to jump immediately. You will have to pick a you will have to position yourself at the end of a ledge, take a step back, and then run towards the edge to jump, to take a very long jump. Otherwise, you're fucked. Otherwise, you might just try, you know, do whatever. Not gonna happen. I'm hearing if you want to play this game, don't. That too, yeah. What if you cheated? I mean, you can. Listen, if you want to cheat in this game, I wouldn't, like, really be upset or anything. You told me that, oh, you know, I cheated while playing Tomb Raider 2. I'm like, you know what, I understand. Have a good day. I don't think there's anything to be done here. Or at least, I don't care enough. If they tell me to get back here, then I will. But for the time being, I'm done. I'm okay. I don't need to, like, be super, you know. Oh my god, the textures! Why are they melting? Like, I'm sure you can see that. Like, look at this thing. This thing. If I move the camera, the texture is moving. What is happening here? Oh, like, same with this thing. Why? Why is it happening? I hate this! I played Tomb Raider 2, I watched someone else play it while pretending to play. You know what? That's good enough. That's good enough. I had similar feelings towards the first game. It's just very weird. Very annoying. It's like when the big sibling gives you the controller, but it's not plugged in. What's with the poo rock? Good question. I was eating. What happened? Fish? Rust? I don't know what else, really. Fish! Fish. Not what I expected. They did it on purpose. They just put those behind a corner. So you fall in like a fool. I'm guessing I'm not supposed to be here? Yet? At least. Fish! You have to wait for me. I hurt myself, but I'm too lazy to load. I hurt myself anyway. A box. Back to Lara Croft being the strongest person. You did it! You typed fish! I'm proud of you. Why? That's not what we wanted to do. Much like Sonic, Lara's strongest story in her in the shoes. Oh god. My father isn't. Listen, mine isn't either. What the fuck? What did I just do? I see. I just caused a lot of rust to fall in this room? Question mark? This is supposed to be something. I don't know what this is supposed to be. This poor rock. Just looks like a bunch of rust to me. So his dad is dirty little thief, nobody respects. Oh my god, funny to say that. Oh my god, on the texture that's wobbly. I hate wobbly textures. Wobbly. Your mom is a wobbly texture? What the heck? Why am I being... Why are you saying that to me all of a sudden? What did I do? Why are we moving around the rocks? I don't know what that freaking inflection was. I sounded like real life YouTube poop. This game is a YouTube poop. You're not wrong. Just want to let you know you're not wrong. Oh my goodness, can you just jump on top of this, please? Why is that so difficult? I'm fighting with a bunch of shit. In reality, I don't even know what this is. I want to get over there. I'm not sure how, though. No! Trash? I don't know. Trash, like this game. I say, despite continuing to play it. I didn't say that. I'm just saying it's painful. Listen, I like Tomb Raider, but this should be testing me. Can I even get over there? I mean, there must be a way. The name is garbage, but she loves slow. Oh god. Staring at the walls of this boat. Boat! Oh god. Wait, I'm stupid. I'm stupid as fuck. Oh my god. Wasn't even that difficult. I just went the wrong way. Jesus Christ. Ooh. The first Resident Evil 5 says that I suck. No. Do you know what else? Oh god. Are you saying I'm like this game? Fair. I'm not this game. That's real shit. You mean this? I hurt myself. I hurt myself. What are you guys saying? I'm doing terrible. Elijah's stepping in raw. She's going insane. She doesn't care anymore. I think she's lost her mind a long time ago. This shit has gone long enough. I said that, I didn't even say Charlie. Charlie? Did you see this Mida statue? No. Statuette. I took one too many fish bites to the butt, just lost it. Maybe the fish was made of rust. I still don't really understand what that was supposed to help me with. I'm confused. I'm confused. I bet I missed something, but I just kinda want to do stupid things instead. Don't look at me. Thanks for playing this in my place. Because honestly, what do you mean? Have you ever wanted to play this? Is that a different way? Yes, I did at some point. At one point. Oh my goodness. Confuzzled. Why are you confuzzled? Concussion. And all of the different words. What is this corridor for? Because it's not helpful. What am I missing? Wait, back the trash heap! Woohoo! Yippee! Wow, I didn't know I could make that noise. I'm not gonna feeling do 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 do. I'm higher believing do 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 do. Why'd they do that? It doesn't do shit. 2 minute 2 teaches a lot about ourselves. It does. Truly. And I'm waiting for like where you're going with that. But I don't really have anything against it. I'm not confused, we're confused. I probably was, and I don't remember anymore. This is what happens when you play this game. Wait, Occasion, hello! Wandering around retro VTubers, hello! I'm playing painful games. I'm so stuck! I'm confused, I'm Chris. Jesus Christ. Na, na. How did I do this? How they manage to just welcome, have fun, and watch Neo suffer for our amusement? God damn it! Yeah, I guess this is what my streams are about. Oh god. Oh god. I feel like I'm missing something very important. And I just cannot figure out what. Why are you making these sounds. Are you a duck? She's making duck sounds into my right ear. Come back during a good time, there's only pain here. I don't know why I did this. Oh my god. I was wondering. What's the hearth sound? Yeah, I don't know either. I don't like it. Guys, do you also feel uncomfortable when you hear like a when you hear a heartbeat? Jesus Christ, I can't speak. This is what happens when you play this game. It melts your brain cells. Is that careful? Oh, it's the end. Maybe that's the missing piece. No, it's still going. It's just very quiet. Hold on, I'm gonna... What am I missing? For real. There must be something I didn't notice. Any tips? Any tips, guys? Because I am sort of very much confused. Because I know where I need to go. Problem is, there's sort of no way. Cause I would fall down. Wait, what? Wait, what? This is a different hole. I'm in a different hole of shit. Never mind, guys. I seem to have figured out by accident. Not that that's, you know, any better, to be honest, but task failed successfully. Exactly. Whee! Anyway, now that that's done, and this one was the better selling one of the series. Oh goodness! But it had a very low rating, from what I know, from what I've heard. People were probably very excited to be like, wow, a sequel to the one really cool game? And then they got the sequel to the cool game, but it wasn't so cool anymore. No, I thought, anyway, more after this. You say that, but I mean, there was the Tomb Raider 3. Although, it was the Angel of Darkness, the one that had like the lowest ratings. I have not played that, by the way. Don't really ask me opinions, by the way, by any chance. But we'll get there too. We'll get there. We'll see even more suffering. I'm beginning to, you know, to understand why. Oh, water to what? To why? What the heck am I saying? Why they did the anniversary and just decided to redo a lot of stuff. Oh wow! Wow! I'm being shot. I'm being shot at. Fuck. Not this. This. What the fuck is this? Peak combat. What the heck? You don't have to. I have to. I have to. Tomb Raider was super popular. It's still got a third one in the movie with Angelina Jolie or whatever she's called. Yeah. Tomb. It was only popular because of the large polygon. True. Yeah. Yeah. Where is that fuck? Not this. Not a flare. I don't need that. Christine, hello! I accidentally loaded my game and self-saving. Water and trash? What? It is, but... Peak combat. Why can't he shoot backwards? What is this? I hate this! That's all good. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Except I'm playing this game. Jesus Christ. Graphs in this game are next level. My god, it's terrible. I know this game is like a cult classic. Well, maybe not a cult, but a classic. And a lot of people really like it. But it doesn't hold up. It doesn't. What the fuck is happening? Who's shooting at me? Hey, what is happening? It aged really badly? Yeah, they just shoot at me! And I couldn't even get out of the freaking water! In like Tomb Raider, when I was a kid, and was new. Listen, when you were a kid, you were not interested in Buboli. Ah, what the fuck? Why would he hit me with a big ass wrench? Wait, hold on, let me catch up on chat. Best combat scene ever. When I was young, I was stupid. This game used to scare me. There's a lot of games that used to scare me when I was a kid. There was this one Donald Duck game that scared me. Like, so, like... You know, if this game scared you, I would find nothing weird about it. Go ahead, I'll try to enjoy this game as much as possible. Thank you, Vanya! Have a good night. Sleep well. I remember playing it and thinking, wow, this sucks. That's me. That's what I say every hour of this playthrough. It's Christmas Day. You're gifted a copy of Tomb Raider 2. Your initial excitement wanes after playing the first 3 levels. Hey, you're shooting me from above. What the fuck? Thank you for the lurk, Kirsty. Ah! Not sure at the time was good. This and other lies we tell to that we tell to ourselves. Maybe I should save in here. Thank God this fucking music track ended. Driving me crazy. That was a terrible fight, but you know what? Doesn't matter. I'm alive. And that's all I care about right now. Isn't this game pre-2000? Yeah, it's from 97. But listen, there's more games that came out before, and they were not this bad, okay? My biggest complaint is just the controls. If the controls were different, I would have nothing to really... Like, I would be still like, oh yeah, you know, they're adding 2,000 levers to just pull, and that's all this game does, but like... The controls are what's making all of this painful. Which is why if you play a game like Legends, I really like those newer ones, okay? I like them. They're fun. Sure, you'll also die here and there, but like, they're not like this. Guys, we did it. We got two levels so far. So maybe the quota for today will be reached. The quota is 3 levels, by the way. This game's got nothing on Super Mario. This game makes me glad I had a Nintendo 64 as a child. It was mostly, for me, I remember any gaming magazine you would buy at the time, if it wasn't Nintendo only, it was very likely to have Lara in the cover or cover part of the game, and then or hype it. Yeah, exactly! And like everyone was like, ooh, look at this game. But like, was it really, you know, deserved? Not really. I hear... Fuck! Him. That's what I hear. Get out of the water. We need to shoot some asshole. This is what you get from me. A wreck of the what? A wreck of the Mariadora. Okay, but what was the previous level then? What was it? What? What? What just happened? Doom's 27 aged worse than this game? You're not fair towards Doom! Doom is a fine game, sir! You're gonna get eaten like those fishes. All the piranhas in the chat. Oh god, hello, I need to sneeze. Fuck, it escaped me! Tank controls were better than Resident Evil 1 and 2, but I do understand younger people disliking it. Oh god, yeah, Resident Evil and like, tank controls were pretty, well, common for the time, but hold on, let me open my list. Oh, I'm checking out the list, watch out. You're just saying that. No, I'm just really being fair, but hold on. Let's see. 97. Fallout, well, not really. Phantasmagoria, Tomb Raider, Daggerfall. Daggerfall did not have tank controls, but it was a first person, so it doesn't really count. Super Mario 64 was out for a year already. Super Mario 64 is not tank controls. I rest my case. 60 Mario? What? That's all I'm gonna say. Super Mario 64. Ghost in the Shell was cool and aged badly. I mean, that's a... I only know the manga, I don't know what you're saying. Was there a game and I'm not aware of it? Get out of the water! Ahem. Ahem. Listen, I'm not here to, like, argue about this. I do voice my opinions in a very loud way, obviously. What the fuck, that hurt a lot. But... you are allowed to like whatever you do like, you know? Like, there's a lot of games that I personally like that other people will be like, oh my god, that's so shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? But, like... there are some things that a lot of people agree on. Oh, I cannot get out of this? Jesus Christ. There are no correct opinions, but there are a lot of incorrect ones. You are making a lot of sense, yes. That still hurts. Never mind, I thought maybe I would be able to save myself a little bit, but not really. Like, what I try to say is that, you know, there are... you're allowed to like whatever you do like and all that stuff, and, you know, not every opinion will be correct. Because there's no correct opinions. However, there are criticisms that can be taken seriously, and you don't really need to, like, be very need to be defensive about it. Such as listening to Daggerfall music for a couple of hours straight will melt your brain into a puddle. And other such hits. I have a confession. Tomb Raider 2 is my game of the millennia. In what sense? I'm waiting for like the freaking, what's it called? I don't even remember words anymore, guys. I think I might be dying on the inside. It's isn't the best game ever made. Emulators. Fair. I am a hater. I don't really like. I'm not gonna pretend that's not true. But I still play it, you know? Listen, my opinion is that, you know, like if you are allowed to give your you know, real rating, but you're allowed to judge something if you've actually given it a fair chance. Because, you know, there's a lot of people who will be like, oh, this game is shit, and then they won't even try it. And, I'm being very masochistic about my choices, but I'm still playing this because I don't know. I always wanted to. I always wanted to experience all the Tomb Raiders. Nostrums are the best. It's cool to. I'm saying that you're incorrect. Sorry, this is not serious, by the way. I know the way I say things can be really confusing, but yeah. I'm saying that you're incorrect, but saying that to the time the game was actually not bad. Not the best ever, but not so bad compared to what there was from the time. Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, definitely some people, liked it for what it was, and it was a favorite game for some. And there's like nothing wrong with that. Also, you know, there was a fair share of game I personally played that was absolute garbage. Because what I had as a kid, I didn't have a console as a kid. What the fuck? Where did he come from? I had a bootleg console. And I played bootleg games on it. And then I had shovelware. And that's what I played. And I dreamt about playing things like this. That was a terrible exchange. You had 2 sticks in a rock and had to share the rock. Yeah. The stick was my favorite game. It's so dark in here. You know, my brain is melting when I start, like, trying to make sense with whatever the heck I'm saying. Ah! Let there be light! Is this a thing I can move? And if yes, then why? It seemed the books are much with guys who punched each other without defending this. That's... How did you know that's how I play games? Did you know? What the heck is this? Ah! Guys, don't look! You're gonna get blind! Have you already played Resident Evil 4? No! How? It's been a week since we've played the fifth one. You know, all things considered, I will never understand people who like tank shots. In 2004? Oh my god. Why? Why would they do that? Somebody was there like, you know what people love? Tank controls. And we're not even playing a tank game. Tanks are cool. Yeah, when you are a tank. Oh, I did this wrong. Hold on. Another lovely puzzle. Moving boxes around. I think it's okay if the game it's not your style, but don't hate on it. They run on PS1 console, also the PS4 were aimed for mature kids where I live. I mean, there's an... I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean... I don't know much about that kind of thing. Because where I live, no one has... nobody had a console. So, like, I don't really have a stake in this. But I don't know, like PlayStation always seemed to me like I don't know, I don't have a comparison. Like I know people who had a PlayStation, but like only years later. I don't know anyone who had a Nintendo 64. I've never seen one in person. In person, they're human. I want you playing War Thunder? Why? B-Fish! What the heck? B-Fish, hello! Hold on, guys. We are being very, very sad about consoles, and my brain is not even making sense. Hello! What the fuck? I fucked up. That's not my command! Silly. Hello, B-Fish, how was your stream? Hello everybody! Hello! I'm Neo. I play a lot of old games, as you can see. Some good games, some bad games, but definitely games. And fish! And I also draw. Why is this room lagging? What the heck? This shouldn't be lagging. This game is almost 30 years old. And also I draw sometimes. But yeah, mostly I do this. What is happening in here? Hello? Definitely games. Yes! Why can't I break this? Oh god. Nothing makes sense in this game. Sometimes it's like you can break things which are gone. Other times it's like, nothing works. Oh my god. Other times it's like, well, see this window? It's indestructible. For no reason. What's in here? What is this place? Where did you come from? I'm dead. No, I'm dead! I'm dead! Some classic Tomb Raider? Oh, hello, Blade. My mom and aunt would play this all the time. What? Thank you! Thank you, Bo. What the heck? I was born in 1999 and I had a PS1. I was the cool kid until 2004 when I purchased a PS2. Oh god. Well, how did it change your life? How did it feel? I played on PlayStation 1 in like... I don't actually know, to be honest. It was early 2000s, but don't know exactly. And only because my uncle had it, so yeah, that's why my perception of, you know, PlayStation being for, well, older folks, not just kids, came from. But that would like that doesn't make sense to me when you like put it. No, Jesus Christ. Oh god, why is this game like this? Like I don't know, I don't personally think that these games, that, you know, the difference between PlayStation and GameCube is like a level of, you know, the differences in level of fidelity in games. Because, you know, you can have both kind of types of games on both consoles. Some really good, some really bad. Like I just personally think that the argument of, oh, but this was on a PlayStation, not on a GameCube, so it's allowed to be worse. It's like, it's a weird argument to me personally, but yeah, like it was, you know, different developers and different. Ah, goddammit! I got shot again. Metal Gear Solid is so good. Button exclusive were really important and super prevalent. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Did I just... Oh god, I say that I closed it for myself? Jesus. I know 2004 because Schumacher won its last world championship. What the heck? How do you keep track of such things? People came to my house just to play Metal Gear Solid. I played Metal Gear Solid for the first time like 2 years ago. Well, maybe not 2 years ago. I think it was a bit earlier, but oh god damn it! But definitely wasn't long ago. So yeah, if you ever like, why are you playing this game? About anything I play, it's just basically, the answer is I wanted to play this because I didn't get to play it when I was a kid. And yeah, that's pretty much it. God damn it! You were supposed to turn! And run Soul Calibur tournaments on my house? What? How does that... I have never played that. I don't even know what the gameplay of that game looks like. Doo-doo-doo. Keep track of it because I said of watching the kid opening this PS2, I was watching the race. Oh, what the heck? God, I forgot these people can shoot through freaking walls. I never was into sports. I don't know anything about sports. So like, even if you say that to me, even it makes sense to you, that wouldn't say it makes sense to me. Soul Calibur was the fight game with the cool swords. Oh, I see, I see. Wait, hold on. Let me look at my list. What have I confused it with? I have confused it with something else. Oh, somehow I confused Soul Calibur with Legacy of Kain. What's wrong with me? NPCs cheat? They do! They all shoot through walls! No, not this gun! God damn it. Mr. Kendrick, thank you so much for the follow. Oh god. I failed! I failed miserably! Doo -doo -doo -doo. This music is just like, wow, this is so sad. You can't play this. I just realized that Bongo Cat doesn't register controllers as... What the fuck? Doesn't register controller as key presses. Stop cheating! Oh, you know what's a good game? Half-Life. It also came out in 97. Oh god. Instead of, you know, talking about game being better than another game, let's just talk about a completely different game. It's fine. It's fine, doesn't need to make sense. Never played that series either? Oh, Pira, you have to play Half-Life. Maybe you don't have to, honestly, but... it was a really good game. It's old as heck. I believe I played it for the first time in 2013. Which was a long time ago. Well, well, that's not what I meant to say. Which was a long time after its release. But I still quite liked it. But Half-Life 2, that's the good one. That's the good one. Man. And it's like, it's nothing relatively new. You know, in this day, but like it's still pretty cool, all things considered. What is this?
No.
Oh god, more keys? What the heck? To go back and revisit my Quake and Quake 2 run through. I have not played Quake. To be honest, I haven't really played Doom either. I know we talked about that. I played like a tiny little bit, but never a lot. Ah, shoot. I guess I'll get back here later. Wasn't this level a big submarine or a base in the sea or something like that? Also the fact she was wearing a new outfit was really special. Oh yeah, that definitely, yeah. The graphics pretty good for the time. True. True. No arguing here. I just realized this is a pool. Upside down. But yeah, truly, anytime a character in a game would have a different outfit, it'd just be something very, very, like, I don't know how to say this, but it'll definitely make you think, and you know, it was something you would notice, and you'd just be like, wow, what? Not this gun. You're not wasting bullets. Why are there no windows I can break here? God dang it. I want Half-Life with a mod for tank controls. Don't say that! Listen, the difficult part about this is that game is not in third person. You would... I mean, there is... Sure, okay, you know what, never mind. I'm like, that's not really a valid complaint because you can have a model for Gordon, I guess. So you could make it third person. I want tank controls with a mod for Half-Life. What are you guys saying now? Everyone is losing mind here. By the way, you know, I just want to make sure, but I probably don't need to like to really talk about it, but you know, I don't really have any hard feelings about, you know, people having different opinions about video games. Like I play this even though I'm complaining, so it's all just for fun. Oh my god, this guy is shooting at me. Ugh. I want tank on mine is losing everyone? You are correct. How can you say something so true? Gonna find the fun somewhere? There's certainly nothing in this game. You know what? You have a you have some rights that, well, I'm not even making any sense. So what I'm trying to say is that you are correct in a way. I mean, if it was different, we wouldn't be arguing about this. I see. Oh. Okay. Ah! I don't think this will work. No. Right. Alright. I thought my mom had fun playing these games, now I realize I accidentally tortured her. Where did her shoes go? She lost them in a big ship. She threw them at a monk, and then the monk died. He did not die because of the shoes, but it certainly didn't help. Oh god. You know what? I don't think you tortured your mom with this game. I think she had fun. I mean, if she didn't, she would be like, just a game. I'm busy. I'm gonna do something else. Because, you know, if... Like, this is just, you know, from a perspective of somebody who's played many different kind of games. If this was the first game I played, or one of the first games I've played, I would be, like, definitely very excited. And I would just, you know, play the shit out of it. But... I'm kind of stuck in here. But yeah, I just think, like, it didn't age well. Yeah, that's all I really have to say. It just didn't age well. Are you allowed to show feet on Twitch like that? There's not enough pixels, don't worry. Laura! I might only play Tomb Raider games. How the heck am I supposed to get up there? Oh wait, I'm silly. There's a corridor over here. I didn't notice. Corridor, more like bunch of glass. Ooh. My man, my mom. Ah. Oh god! They did it on purpose. They didn't have to kill me there. They're out there in the late 90s. Give me away the cure for... Why did they make a trap? Why did they make a trap for me? This is a trap for me specifically. Also, it's kind of stupid that you can't even move without getting hurt. Oh my god. Oh, a key. Oh. I was like, oh my god, this is a secret, nothing else. How do we get out of here now? How do I get out of here? Wait, can I jump over there? Okay, here, I was like, did I just get stuck forever? I'm making scary noises to keep you on your toes. And these other noises aren't even scary. Because I'm bad at this. What? What the heck? Wee! I found a key! Epilepsy, watch out! Too late to drinking game, pull out a lever, take a shot, die from full damage, finish your drink. You mean fucking... You will die in like an hour! Within an hour of playing that game, what do you mean? The problem with these games is that if you don't reason the exact way as the developers, it's hard to finish the game quickly. Yeah. Restroom key. Ah. Wait. There's a... Oh my goodness. Is that a button? Thank God. No! You probably should join the game immune to alcohol. I'm not saying I would play that game. Maybe somebody else would try. Don't anger me. Sorry. On stream tonight to drinking game? Don't do it. I know you're joking, but don't do it. I cannot even get up there! What is this? Fish! I don't understand. I'm just super upset about the fact that this game wants you to break windows that you're gone at some stages, I suppose, and then on another level it's like, oh no, you can't actually break windows. No, but you can't, that's cheating. You need a button to open him. To open them. Sure, I need to go up there. But how am I supposed to get up? Oh my god, there's more keys over there. How? I cannot jump that high. Oh, can I? Hold on. Wait, can I? Am I stupid? No, I can't. Never mind. Do 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 do. Wake me up inside. No,
I see you're trapped in my gay and stupid maze again.
Let me out of the stupid gay maze. I want to know, why is there glass on this? Like, what is the reason? There must be something. About it, but I just don't understand. Oh. What happens to jump on glass? Don't test me. Oh god. Wait. No, you cannot get on top of this, can you? That would be too easy. Nope. It just pretends you jumped over it. Even though I didn't. But I was... wait. God damn it. What? Why? Why am I stuck in here? What do they want me to do? Guys, I might be stupid. Laura! You have to find more buttons! More buttons! I tried this or... Oh my fucking god, I didn't notice this thing. Oh, I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna die! Some games for the newer generation will need a 3D arrow for the minimap. Oh my god. I'm so blind. I'm so blind. I cannot see. My eyes are broken. Did this man drop anything? He did. Guys, I found the thing! I found the thing to go up! We're making progress. What is this now? I don't like this. No offense, it's not that you're not smart, it's just smaller spawn attention when nothing happened. Is he getting angry at me? Wait, is that... was that... You mean that wasn't me? I mean, I'm just... No, I'm just surprised you think of me as a younger generation. I tend to be but like I lose my patience quickly when I get stuck somewhere on stream because I don't want it to be boring when I'm just running in circles for like half an hour and I'm like I'm trying really my best to just find whatever is happening and I cannot really switch the topic to something else because then I cannot really focus. And it's like, I'm just making this boring. No. What is this? And then I need a key. I'm gonna say no. Fair, yeah. Oh. This? No, it's not. That's not correct.
No.
No, yeah. No, yeah. What's in here? Hey, God, hello! How are you doing? What's in here? What? There's nothing in here? Excuse me, what is this room for? I'm genuinely so confused. What's the game? It's sort of painful. You know, with Tomb Raider 1, I was willing to give it the benefit of, you know, just being a new thing. And, therefore not so great with, like, controls and all of that stuff. But this one, it's something else. This one is like, you know, not only is this, you know, the same, basically, when it comes to controls and such, but there's no tombs! I'm like almost halfway through the game, I have found no tombs! This is a scam! Where am I now? No, don't jump on top of this, we are supposed to move it. You know, at least the levels we're doing today are shorter. Because last time I played this, the first level I did was super long. And I'm trying to potentially do 3 levels every stream to hopefully not have to play this for like 10 streams. Not that it would be that painful or anything. It's just there's a lot of other games I want to play. Such as Tomb Raider 3. So if I complain, they had to make something new. Yeah. And I just think that like they could at least like rework some things. Like one of my other complaints is that instead of like maybe trying to, you know, rework the controls a little bit, they decided that, oh, you know what's gonna be a cool thing to add to this game? 5 different guns, like... This really is not something that was necessary. Honestly, even as an older gamer, going back and playing older games make you realize how complacent we've gotten. I mean, that's true, you have a point. But even then, I would prefer to play stuff like even Daggerfall to some degree. No, a lot of the games are you know, what's the word, flawed, for just, you know, just because it came out at such a time where not everything was yet fully where am I? Not everything really had you know, best solution figured out. But there's a lot of old games that I just play by myself, and I just don't really like complain about them. Maybe it's just, you know, difference of what the heck is this room again? You know, I'm just used to different things. But hey, I didn't complain as this much about System Shock. I promise, I'm not doing this because I'm a hater. Why are there so many rooms in here? I still don't understand why this room is here. Because you know, when they made these games back in the day, they usually would try to at least give, you know, some kind of reason to a place before they made it. But I don't know, maybe they just did it for symmetry's sake or something, who knows? Who knows? Fuck, I fall in it, I fell on my foot. My leg. You know what? Considering how many games that I have on my list potentially have tank controls, I cannot complain about it so much. I just need to thank you. I really need to like get over my hatred of tank controls. Right, this game had no music. Into Samurai 3, some parts get actually scary as the eerie. Oh, do they? Ooh, okay, now I'm looking forward to it. You actually motivated me to continue so I can go to the next one. Yeah, this game has like a music in like three different places. That's it. Oh my god, excuse me! Ah, embarrassing. I just stretched. I did not expect that to happen. Hold on. Ooh. 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 Oh my god! Sorry. I had to close something in the background. What the fuck? You can't just do that! I didn't like it. It was the kind of giant statues that on the level are an asset, and at some random point that you're thinking about puzzles, they get alive and start chasing you, and they were scary fun. Oh, sure, some traps are super. No, no, why are these games disappointing me? My goodness, I completely forgot how fun the music in Daggerfall is. I complained about it earlier, but like it's still really fun. It's just so good. This is how I kill people. I'm getting tired just looking at this. Ooh, no. What the fuck? I was like, oh my god, I'm dead, and then just they rolled up. They flew above my head. She kills a frog with a gun. What do you mean? Oh, she kills like a frog with a gun. I thought you say she kills a frog with a gun. Like, what the heck? I wouldn't kill a frog. Imagine a game in which you are a frog with a gun. Wait, is that Battletoads? Never mind. I don't know if Battletoads had guns. I haven't played that. You can't. What do you mean? You're banning me from dying? But that's my favorite thing to do. Not really, but like, do I look like I have choice? What's this? What? 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 I'm looking for a reason in this room and I didn't see any. There's a cracked wall. But like, that it? You can't do it anymore? Is that a boat? What is it doing? What's a boat doing on a boat? A boat on a ship. Oh my goodness. Scared me. I thought there was another one of those swimming fucks in here. A swimming fuck! What? There was a door over there? Open the thing, Laura! Oh my god, why can't you open things in the water? Word of God. Oh my god, it's timed! You know, my most hated part in any video game is timed events. Like, I am willing to put up with so much crap, but you give me timed events, I'm gonna lose my mind. Get up before the door closes. Excuse me, what does this do? Doesn't get rid of water. That's for great. No, I failed my dying challenge! No dying challenge! No! What am I even... I'm confused. Oh. Was that what I was supposed to do? That's super stupid. I was like, no, I'm stuck here. Oh god. Oh. I don't understand this level design. How are you? How are you? How are you? I hurted myself. Come back here. What Tomb Raider game has a level in Rome? In Rome? No. I don't know. I know the first one has a level in Greece, but in Rome? Like, these levels are getting more confusing every time. Ooh, a key! I see how it is. So you're not supposed to go around. Shoot this man! There we go. I'm not talking ancient Rome, Rome in general, I don't remember. Didn't even die. What? If I could just do that, then what did I need this shit for? Excuse me? I don't understand. Eh? Ahem. I also say ahem when I find a key item. What does it even mean to find a key item in real life? Graduating? Getting a diploma? Oh. You just press a button, the water disappears. I Efficiency. Tricky dog, thank you so much for the follow. Did I pick up the thing from this man? I didn't because he didn't drop anything, unless I already picked it up and I don't remember. Would it be like, find the thing you lost maybe? Maybe. Finding a key to your house. So I didn't have to do this. Oh my god. Just here for no reason. Other than, oh, watch out, if you slip you're gonna die. Would be a shame. Oh. Why is this closed? Why are you closed? Ooh. I'm confused. Did I just get stuck? Like, this button is for water in the other room. Or something. I don't know. Let me out of here! Let me out! Mama! Ooh. I'm confused. Eh? What the heck? I am genuinely, confused as fuck. I don't see where to go either. Yeah, I don't think that thing was supposed to close. Did I break it? Yeah, it's already closed in this one. This lowers a different platform altogether. Wait. Yeah, so it did that when I run to the key. And then what? Still open. Nope. Closed. Oh. So there's a trigger in the floor? That's so weird. This game is just making up rules as we go. Which is why I'm complaining about it, honestly. Drinking game. Take a sip every time Neo starts singing. Finish the glass when she sings big raps. I'm complaining because this game doesn't like follow its own rules. Like sometimes you can break a window with just a gun, you just shoot at something. Sometimes it's like, oh, you need 500 levers. Sometimes a button is a time thing, sometimes a lever is a time thing. Sometimes you just step on a floor and it opens for no reason. Not floor, and something happens, even though you would have no reason to think so beforehand. Broken bones! My bones are broken. My bones are not soft and squishy. They're very... My bones are very sensitive. This looks like a prime trap location. Fragile bone. Why did I get freaking... Autobot is confused. My bones are sensitive. Like a profound medical issue. Osteoporosis? Oh my god. You're making me sound super old. Occasion, thank you so much for the follow. What is this? Nothing makes sense in this corridor. It's old and she's not even in her 30s. God damn it. Ooh. What? Where did you come from? You can't just do that. You can't just freaking get through a wall. God damn it. That's cheating. And I will cheat myself to make up for it. You know. I just should be. Never mind. It won't let me. It won't let me! Excuse... How? They're not here now. I don't understand. I'm confused as hell. Excellent. This game is making me paranoid. What? It's not even what I wanted to go. Ah! They found me. From the clothes I have, Neo is between 27 and 29. I cannot, what's the word? Confirm nor deny anything, because the more I say, the more questions people will ask, and it's like, if you say you're not like, I don't know, say 25, people be like, oh, does that mean you are 24 or 26? And it's like, I'm just gonna pretend like I didn't read any of this. Well, I definitely remember getting a little bit paranoid when playing Tomb Raider, especially because of the lack of music. Yeah, it's just so weird. Can't get used to that. We're back here. Why am I back here? I feel like I'm not ready for this yet. When the fights don't die? Oh god. Yeah. I'm just not willing to give more details, but
Piney on knee
AJ
0 Serbork knee 0 Serbork knee 0 Serbork.
What do you mean 27 months? That's not real. That's not a real number. I refuse. How do you get there? This game is... I don't understand. Okay, we're gonna go to the other room and see what happens next. When the progress sold the bus. "27 years is what this game came out?" Oh! Yeah! Months. Wow, I cannot read. Well, not I cannot read, more like my memory is terrible. I already read 27 months and I already forgot about it. Jesus Christ. How did I do that? No! I fucked it up. I don't have enough. Shit. I know where the last one is, but how do I get there? Oh my god. Oh god. So my problem is I haven't found a way to go get behind this thing. I'm not an absolute idiot! I'm a stupid idiot! I'm stupid as fuck! The dumbest! Wait. That's not where I was supposed to go. No, I have to go again! I went the wrong way. Heck. Whee! Oh god. I love jumping through walls. My favorite. Ow. Jesus Christ, there it is. I'm so stupid. Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
Was a suggestion? My pride is a fuck. Whee! Hell yeah! Oh my god! Finally, finally we're leaving this. This place behind. Where to God? Really, my brain. All of my brain cells already gone. Melted into a puddle. Into a bunch of grey matter. There we go. Oh. Wait, let me save it before I walked into the fire, because I would. You know me, I would walk into the fire by accident. Oh my god, finally. Not like this. Hydrate, I will, thank you. Why are we here? Just to suffer? What? Why not? Why can't I do that? I feel like you should be able to. Fine. That's evil. Actually. Yeah, I haven't found the golden thing yet. So I don't know. Things sticking out of a wall are just a suggestion. Don't jump. It's Tomb Raider, we suffer. Wee-hee! See? That's what I'm saying. Things sticking out of a wall? Don't worry about them. They're not real. How are you doing, Hades? Also, Lara was around the time when media began adding boss girls to everything for some Sergeant Voyager, so they have the games even more. My brain is full of Daggerfall. I guess there wasn't really anything there to begin with. Hopefully, I don't know. Good evening, good evening! Star Trek. Ah! What the heck? Dude, I was just walking here. What the fuck is this? What just happened? Just happened. I have no idea what happened. This thing lower? Wait, no, it didn't, but... Oh, I see. Oh my god. I have not watched Star Trek, I'm sorry. I don't know things. I'm sorry, I don't know things. Ooh. Yeah, got on top of this thing. Woohoo. Not like this really helps me with anything. Oh, okay, you can do this. I didn't think you would be able to, actually. Star Trek. It's a trek on the stars. Don't ask me what I'm saying. I don't know either. It has dev grab strength. She does. Did you see her moving that box? Listen, pushing a box is one thing, but pulling a box? What the fuck? Be quiet, you're falling into water. This is a video game. Physics don't make sense. Ooh, spooky noise. I like this. Spooky. Wait. I like the colors. I'm breaking things. My own, I'm sorry, I hope nobody has freaking epilepsy here. Because this game came out at a time when it didn't matter. No one gave a fuck. Fish! That's biting my legs! It wants my toes! Leave me alone! This fish is like a head crab. He's hungry. For the taste of flesh. We're going to beat you to death. We love fish, but we hate fish. There's, you know, there needs to be, what's the word? Balance. Fish are food, not friends. I mean, but they could be friends. Why not? What? Stop mauling my belly. That was terrible, but I will not load. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with my brain? As I remember, it was the episode of Pokemon that gave epilepsy to kill kids up again, the epilepsy warning in every game. Yeah, the Porygon one. When that came out? I personally have never seen that episode. Not like I'm asking to, you know, for a vibe check from some lights, but Porygon got blamed, but it was Pikachu's lighting that did. Porygon did nothing wrong! Look at this fish wobbling around in the waves. Oh, what the fuck? What's out? The murderous fish. Fish. They're conspiring. They are! Why? And I thought we were friends! I trusted them. And they betrayed that trust. Ale sprzedałeś mi tą przyjaźń. Kiedyś byliśmy przyjaciółmi, książę Saligio. Ale sprzedałeś mi tą przyjaźń. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You just enjoying my silly Polish media. Really? Did this need to be behind a door? Ah. This is timed, I don't even know where that is! If this is timed, I'm not gonna find it! Wait, isn't at the end of this? Maybe? Oh my god, okay, it was here. Jesus Christ. Wait, there's nothing here. Flares. Why are you giving me flares? Oh my god, another box. I love that you can just phase through wall. Wait, you can't phase through doors? I thought you could. The fuck? Door, why are you open? Wait, I'm stupid. I am supposed to push it in. Alright, this. Okay, I see. I see. Do, do, do. I want a snack. I am hungry. Oh my god. So inside the room that you need a key for, it's just a lever. Great. Where the heck is that trapdoor? Is it here? Okay. Fish are readying to bite me! They want my butt! They want my bones! And my skin! How did this key even end up here? Oh my god. Fork. Shark. Yeah. I didn't mean to press that, but whatever. I want to check something more. Oh god. There's something more in here. I want to see. Prayers! What's up? Gonna try the old Heroes of Might and Magic Old Era demo later, and sorry if I said something wrong. No, why would you say? No, it's fine. Everything is okay. Ah! Fish are eating me! No, everything is fine. Don't worry about it. Also, enjoy the game. Tell me if you liked it. I haven't played it myself yet. I'm kind of scared of doing it. Like, I'm scared it's gonna be shit. Oh my god, not this way. Jokers. I thought you wanted me to. I thought you saw something and I was like, what's happening? Haha. You can't annoy me that easily. There is a thing over here. Hmm. Ooh. Oh my god, I found a new gun. Grenade launcher! What the fuck? Why is it here? How can I annoy you? As if I would answer that question. I failed! I jumped into the jaws of a shark! Tori, hello! How goes the water level? It's going. Not so great, but it's going. Hopefully by the end of it. And hopefully there's no more after it. But I don't have much hopes, to be honest. F. Yes. I like the fact that despite this ship being well, upside down, the levers are still normal. What? Wait, what? I'm confused. Oh! Okay, the wrong way. There's a thing over there. Let's see. Oh my god, stop it! Stop it! Another switch. I'm not even gonna complain about the logic of this anymore. Like, obviously there's no point. What's the difference between a white cow and a black cow? Black cow goes moo. What the heck? Why? Who is who am I fighting with here? Game gave me a warning. But well, you know, just by the music, but I don't really see what I'm fighting. Please no racial jokes. I know you really, it's like nothing really drastic, but like I don't want people to get the wrong idea when they go in here. Another guy. Yay! A freaking health. A freaking health. That's what I meant to say. What is this? Oh! I won't even. Oh my god, another gun. That's two. In this level alone. Look! Look at my spinny thing of guns! Game, stop adding guns! I'm not even halfway through the game! Into the water go! Someone's shooting me, someone's shooting me, someone's shooting me. Ah. Oh my god. I'm trying to get out. Ah, help me. What even is this? Oh. Oh. 51? And I hate this thing. Why are they so adamant about freaking water combat? Sucks ass. Jesus. Wait, actually. Oh, never mind. Barrels. The barrels showed the way. What the fuck is this? What am I doing?
Incoming!
Sinclair! Sinclair, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. How was your stream? You're playing a game of pain and suffering. Not fully, but played Clue with chat? Ooh, how did it go? I've never played that actually. Welcome Raiders! I love Clue. I'm curious about it. I always wanted to try it, to be honest, but oh my goodness. We made it! We killed them with less shots, but I don't think that was worth it, so never mind. If you want to learn, I also love teaching people. I might actually come. I'm excited to Tomb Raider. Oh gosh. This game is an experience. Is what I would say. Okay. It's not really all that. It's not really great, to be honest. Not, well, more to say, it didn't really age well. My complaint about it, my bigger complaint about it is that, you know, I'm in the middle of the second game, and I haven't seen any tombs yet. So, yeah, there is that. Why are we not even shooting at this fish? Hey, fish is eating me! I haven't seen it since I was like 6, it's always been an old game. Fair, fair. Yeah, I've only played, like the newer, what's the word? Installments? In like 2011? Something? I don't know. But like, you know, Legends and Anniversary and Underworld, I really loved those. And I always wanted to try these ones as well because I've heard a lot of people love these games. And I was like, well, there must be a reason. Why are there morenas in here? What's happening? New ones are pretty fun? Yeah! I think sentimentally blurs the memories. Probably. But you know, that's true for many things, so... So that's fair, like, I'm not blaming anyone. Also... what's the word? Jesus Christ. Why are there so many aggressive fish? What's happening? Fish are biting my ass. I forgot what I wanted to say. Blame the fish. What is this for? Just to give me some breathing room, I suppose. I'm being bitten by the fish. The fish. The fish are aggressive. Oh my god. Seriously? What a weird ending of the level. But yeah, I wanted to say that yeah, I saw a lot of people just praising these games over the years, especially after, you know, I finished my games, which is Anniversary, and I was like, wow, I wonder if there's more, and I was googling those, and I found people being really excited about the earlier ones, and I was like, wow, I would like to play them, but I never really did, never really had an option to do that. And later on, I just, I was focusing on other things. So eventually I realized that, you know what, I really want to just try them after all. Because people like them, and I want to know why. And also, like, 1 to 3, I know they're like, they're well dated, but like the next ones, people actually did like them, although they're also some very hated. But like, I'm interested in those, but I really want to play them, like, I would just want to play them in order, just to see how it started, how it evolved over time. So here I am, although I'm suffering a little bit. The fish have the taste to us now? No! Also, nice to play old games. It is nice, yeah! I play a lot of old games. Not because they're old, but I am just sort of like I just like seeing how things changed over time with different series. What the heck do why won't this open? What? How did I just glitch through that? Can someone tell me what happened? Group suffering. So the shift eyes on your model just now we're so good. Akira voice, amen. Oh my god, another guy. Why are you here? Why are you here? Leave me alone. Wait, what's the name of the level? Living quarters. Oh my god. I feel like this entire game will be like one tomb, but you know, the tomb will be like the finale, and all the build up is just gonna be like looking for clues, or maybe a way in. What the heck's happening over there? Stop shooting me, sir! Come out of here. This doesn't seem like living quarters to me, but fine. You do you, I guess. Ah, wheel! It bit me! Henchman 39 needs to watch over this rusted passageway above the spider fish. Oh god. Where am I? What is this? What a weird ass corridor! Shit! Oh my god, there's more of them. No? Where did the other guy go? I swear to god there was another dude. There is! Was trying to escape. On my watch. Why is everything shaking? Oh. There was a trap, but they failed to execute it. Because I was picking up shit from the floor. Oh my god, what's happening here? Yeah, this combat is something else. It's the best way to describe it. What's up with those rolling barrels everywhere? Also, I see I wasn't really supposed to come here yet or something? I don't know. Oh my god. So I see what they want me to do. Problem is, everything is on fire. There's a lever over there. Why? Nor. Nor. Was I not supposed to come this way yet? Probably. Jesus Christ. Oof. No, not like this. Back here. Where is the man? The man that tried shooting me. This level gives me Half-Life flashbacks. How do I do anything in here? This looks like it wants to spin and murder me. God, what? How? How did I do that? Did you know you can just glitch everything? I like the color contrast here at least. And it's the same for the time. True. I didn't think about that, but you're right. I thought that maybe I wasn't supposed to go there yet, but I don't see any other way. Maybe I was wrong. Wait. Oh, I saved after? Pfft. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? That means I have missed something then. But where? Like, I can't just open this door. There's nothing between the barrels either. You can't just jump and grab that. I'm guessing this would be filled with water? Or something? I'm really confused. What the heck? What's about this level? Maybe I'm just too tired for this. My brain just wants to shoot at these gears. Can you jump on it from the barrel? No, the game won't let you get on top of items. Which is very, you know... Where did he go? Very... convenient from the point of the game. Like, not even this wheel. This gear, I guess. Like, you cannot stop. You just fall through. They're like very particular about the platforming and stuff. Yeah. Guys, I'm stupid. I was complaining about the heartbeat. I just had low freaking health. Never mind, I'm not stupid. This is not my health. My health. Game, I see that you want me to go over there. How do you want me to go over there? Do I look like I can fly? Why aren't these even here? I'm just gonna fly with no wings. I want. What the you got me. I did not expect that. Oh my god. What the heck? Oh god. Can I I was like, can I shoot at the pipes? Hold on, I'll be back in just a minute. I want to wash my hands. My stupid brain forgot to mute the microphone. Chat will never make me laugh with bad jokes as I do, mostly because chat had the dignity to not do this. Oh my god. Let me save here. One more time. And pray to gods. I'm trying to understand how I glitched through this, but it doesn't really matter in the long run. There's bigger problems. There's bigger problems. Gotta go sleep. Anyways. Good night. Oh god. Also, this has a texture of something you can move. But you can't move this. Why can't I get on top of this? Nothing makes sense. Makes sense. Ooh. Ooh. when the dungeon music is playing, it truly, like, I truly forget it's from a different game, because it just matches. It matches so well. Wait a second. I thought I came from there, but that doesn't make sense. But this is too tall for me to grab. So I can't go up there this way. What is the solution? The solution! Shooting at gears? Making the whole thing spin? It'd be fun if you could actually, you know, make this work. Oh god, well, I guess that corridor is the only real way. But I just do not understand what I'm supposed to do in the corridor. Because I found no levers, no switches. Nothing of the sort. Nothing on the ground. Nothing on the ceiling. Just bottles. Trying to jump on a barrel and then just teleporting. Magic. Ew, it's getting late. I've no. But I'm stubborn. Hello, Eve. Do you have to use the ledge above the fire? Yeah, I do. Problem is, I don't really have a way of getting there. Because I cannot just, like, get on top of this thing. Oh my god. What if you did a really big jump? You know what? I could, technically. I didn't think of that. Sir, you are smart. I know. I should have thought about that, but I didn't. I was joking, what the fuck? It'd be funny if now I start burning. Thank you for your fresh brain. That was, yeah. See, this is how this game really messes with you, because it just provides you with solutions that are not really obvious. Like the other time when I was stuck because I didn't see this one specific platform that was a little bit raised. Because everything around it was raised as well, but this one was special, and I didn't notice. That's it? No fire. Cool. I halfway through the game yet? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with the levels. I haven't counted them. I think there's 18. But I'm not sure how many I've finished. By the way, I sound like I'm answering somebody's question. I'm answering my own question. Ooh. I'm getting there? What do you mean? Are you counting for me? God, is it buffering in here? You're on level 8? Is Living Quarters level 8? That's so low. What did I do? Wait, I see what I did. Never mind. No, 9? Yay! You were still on the old level? No, this is a new one. They all look the same. Hell yeah, we are halfway through! I mean, sort of. Because it's possible I have additional levels installed for the website. Not like I did that, but I think they were here with the graphics mod, not mod, update. Now what? Running over all this rusty steel in your bare feet. I know, right? She's crazy. She cares not for the rest. For she's had to deal with worse stuff. Oh. Oops. Also, do not attempt to jump to something if you're not at almost a perfect 90-degree angle to it, because she will not grab the freaking ledge. Doesn't care. But of her feet are just a thick layer of calloused skin. Oh god. That might be true. Why are you in the ground, sir? The fuck? I was so surprised I didn't even think about switching the weapon. We are making progress. I got an apes, don't stay up too late. Get a busy day tomorrow. What do you mean? How do you know? But good night, Eve. Oh. Wait. What? Why is she making those sounds? You always know, but that's not even true. Oh, right. One of those cases. Wait. What the heck? Are you shitting me? Is this what's happening here? Swear to God. Stay up all night and finish the game? Oh my God. What? I actually thought there would be something useful in here. God damn it. Oh, wait, I'm silly. I know what I need to do. It's super stupid, but I know what I have to do. Okay, at least it's not far. Loud noise. A loud noise. The loud noise. Yes. I agree with you. Oh my God, again, please. You're the second Polish streamer I watch with a dedicated Half-Life Scientist screen review. Really? Who's the first one? I want to know. Whee! Damn moths. Ooh, I don't know them, but I will check out. They know what's good. Wow, water! Everything turned blue. But there's no water in here. saw nothing. Where means more killer fish? No! Yeah, she's just taking a nap. Oh my god. We saw everything? No! Saru! You know what? This is fine. Good enough. Got a little bit hurt, but that's fine. What do you mean? First try, yeah! What? Why did the lighting suddenly change? Jesus Christ. And, oh god. Here's this. Fuck. You again. Look at this amazing gameplay, guys. Worst combat ever. Honestly, having to fight the divers is the worst thing. Who came up with this? I want to talk. I want to have a chat. He's toasting your ass. He was. And I am not, appreciative. Gotta beat the game to see the level designer in the credits. I'm gonna send them a very upset email. I'm gonna send them a very angry email and be like, sorry. Fish. No! No, it bit me and now I don't have enough air. It bit the air out of my lungs. Wait, never mind, I have a level error. That's fine. I didn't appreciate your decisions from 30 years ago. That would be such a funny email now. No. You have to stay around. So, and you have to make me remember to do that. that would be so funny. Who's shooting me? There we go. Oh. I don't even know why that was required. Wait, like, why was this necessary? Let's put a lever to open a door that's on the, like, a couple freaking blocks away. For no reason, really. Just to make it, you know, a bit more annoying. Well, there's 2 levers over here. Why? This music is driving me crazy. I know I'm doing things out of order, but I'm just checking around. This is what I This is what I get for my choices. Okay. Why? What's that for? Oh! Mine, I see. I see what that's for. Oh my god, this is timed. Oh, swear to god. What? See, you have to jump over. Jesus Christ. Also, see this thing in the floor here? This raised platform? This is the level difference between some, well, platforms in this game. And they will just literally make it so just a little bit tiny bit taller if they don't want you to reach it. And then, in case you're supposed to, well, in case you're actually supposed to reach it, then they will add such a little steppy step like this, so you can find it and get on top. And I couldn't find this thing once, and I ended up running around in like for like 20 minutes like a crazy person. No, go on. What? I saw someone play the anniversary version, and those things are way easier to find with the better graphics. I know, right? I played anniversary years ago, and I loved that version. I don't remember anything about it anymore though. Why? I made this go down. For what reason? I don't understand. I'm genuinely confused. Also in one of those movable boxes. Owie! My feet see. What? Why? Why is this here? So many questions. You can certainly tell that in some situations, well, situations, in some places, this was definitely built as in, someone had an idea for a puzzle, but they, like, didn't have a clever solution how to implement it, so they, like, decided to... What the fuck? Why is she freezing when I try to jump? What the fuck is happening, Laura? What? What the fuck? So they decided to, like, help themselves with something really silly. And because it's not obvious, you don't think about it because it doesn't make sense for you. Until you actually, you know, eventually get there. And you're like, oh, I see what you wanted me to do. Like, why? Tell me why is this here? For what reason? Just why? Maybe they didn't expect you to go up from the middle of the room. Like, I see what you mean. But... I see what you mean, the problem is... Like... How was I supposed to get... Wait. Wait. Was I... Oh my god, you are right. Okay. You are right! Oh my god. Listen. Hardcore parkour. It's not my fault they don't make sense in their own game. Okay, I'm just like complaining for the sake of complaining, but yeah. Okay, now I see what this was for. Thank you for helping me figure it out, but honestly, it's way much easier to just go in this way. Which is funny. Yeah. Which, you know, the reason I did this is that there were freaking places in which you had to do this. So I don't know why they overcomplicated the entire getting up process so much that I thought that this was pointless. I could have easily just skipped the entire freaking room. You know, the other one, the one I just had to do the ledge walk again. And... what? Oh, and this is so you go This way, I see. So I this I just skipped this entire thing because I got here immediately. Oh, this is so funny. I could have just skipped this entire thing. And I would have noticed if I didn't fall to my death. If I wouldn't have fallen, I would be able to skip this. Oh my god. Also, for some reason, this is not upside down. Why? Hmm. I failed to jump. Swear to God. What's the epic music about? A fish? And about this fish? It's because about the fish? Is it because the fish is here? More fishes. Wee! I would like them to not be aggressive, but can't always have worry one. You know what? You know what? I actually don't blame the fish. You know, Lara Croft has committed many crimes against animals. I understand. I understand why the fish would do that. And shooting the fish is not one of the crimes. I mean, it's just one of the crimes. More like it. She's the natural prey of all aquatic life. True. Her crimes began many years ago. When she was just a baby. What is this? Not even humans, just her? Yeah, just her. Tasty. What? What? Ah, I see. This is a trap for me. For me in particular. Oh, never mind. I see what I have to do. Oh. Well, I guess that works too. What's all that noise? Lara, is that your stomach rumbling? Lore! Shoot. Yeah. I pressed the wrong button to jump, shoot. When I played the first Tomb Raider, there were a couple of puzzles like this, where you had to do some weird gymnastics to get around the terrain. And I would often get stuck because I didn't know you could do that actually. Well, not all of it, but like some of these things are not very obvious. And in the very beginning there's one platform, just like very first level in the, you know, first steps into the game. There's a secret area with something like this. And I didn't know how to do it, so I was just stuck there for a little bit because I was like, I know there's a secret there, I want it. This is the beginning of the game, this should be easy, but I couldn't figure it out. What is this room for even? It's so big, for no reason. What the fuck? Where am I? Ah, the sir! The sir. The sir is sir. He shot me and killed me. Killed me. Guns. Prepare the guns. Ugh. Okay. The combat in this game isn't even difficult because, you know, there's auto aiming and all of that stuff, but the annoying part is that they will often just place enemies either out of reach, or they would just like be behind a corner, or spawn right as you enter a room or something. Also, is this supposed to be a chair? This is like the worst texture I've ever seen. Would say that yeah, they would like just jump out at you from behind a corner or something, or something even worse. No load. Save. Is that henchman's bringing blanking back? Wait, do they have to do this? Apparently, yeah, you cannot jump above railings like this. Old games had a lot of that surprise stuff, yeah. You know, nowadays we would be saying that it's cheap, but... oh well. Sure. What the heck? What the fuck? Where did you come from? We don't. Hold on. No, not this. Before I jumped down into before this. Before this. Wait. I have 2 secrets already. We'll be soon done with this level as well. Oh yeah, before this. Okay, okay. I wanted to see what's on the other side because I'm... Talkie! Talkie, thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Hello! Hello, raiders! How are you guys doing? You finished the Nightmares too? Nice! Congratulations! Can I have a chance to raid you back? Yeah, Oh! This is how I welcome you, I just die. This is the... So I guess this was just a secret. But... Yeah, welcome! I forgot what I was about to say, I just surprised myself so much. I stayed up a bit late today. Just because I am not tired. The Raider arc still going? Yeah. This is the second game, but... Oh my god, you know what? Screw this. I don't need this thing. But there could be something hidden, I just now realized the secrets sometimes have like hidden weapons or something. Shit. Yeah, I've played the first Tomb Raider like a year ago, and then I didn't continue for a while, and we are back this year. But yeah. Welcome raiders! I know with you. So fun to watch. Me getting hurt. I'm so right, I've played a lot of old games like this, and I, well, caused myself a ton of suffering because of it. But not only, but very often that's what it is. I also draw. But currently not. I don't have any art streams scheduled because I have a lot of like NDA commissions. Oh god damn it! How do I get here? No, you're too nice. What the hell? How am I supposed to get there? Stupid glass! Wait. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't see this. I just hurt myself. No, it's just a secret. No, we're loading back the other side. I'm not doing the entire thing again. Because I got here through a very annoying path, and I'm not repeating that. I just loaded the previous save because I was curious what was on the other way. Because I skipped it initially. I didn't check. You know, if I did that from the beginning, I would have just continued, but I misunderstood the assignment. It's over there. A bench. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, this game is, well, when it comes to Tomb Raider, it's a lot of the same, basically. Basically the same as the first game. Just, you know, they added a lot more weapons and different enemies. Ooh. E. But despite being I'm basically in the middle of the game right now. This is level 9 out of 18. Not counting like additional levels. And I have not seen any tombs yet. Counter to what you might believe, seeing the title of this game. They're shooting me! What the heck? I died! Also, henchmen can shoot through walls. Just so you know. Hey, come back here. I thought I killed you. Wow, didn't even drop a health back. I wonder if anyone has thought this is Tomb Raider music. Yeah, by the way, this is not Tomb Raider music. This music is Elder Scrolls Daggerfall soundtrack. Because Tomb Raider originally does not have music. It has a couple of tracks that only play during very specific moments. So usually there's just nothing happening. Can I actually do anything with this box? So I am playing music that's true to this era of gaming. Was Daggerfall also 97? I think so. Yeah, this game came out in 1997. Am I supposed to do this like that? Don't think so. But I don't really have other ideas, sadly. Oh gosh. Yeah, another super funny detail about this game. A lot of getting lost, running around in circles, that kind of thing. What is that box here? Makes me think that something is behind this. But issue is I don't really have a way of checking. Wait, can I? I can't jump over this. I'm stupid. Hold on. Oh, this is where the button, the key goes. Ah! Evil. Evil. Sir, I would appreciate it if you had at least dropped me a health back. Thank you. Finally, I found this key. Oh god, the other T? Key? Fucking war flashbacks. I'd like to know what is that other thing for? What is this red line? I want to know what's behind this. Oh well. If it's important... God damn it. Part of me is like, if it's important, I'll just have to they'll have me backtrack, but... I don't know. Feels wrong. Oh my god, these are chairs. Why are they so big? What are these chairs made for? What's that sound? Can you hear that? Oh. There we go. I shouldn't have wasted my ammunition, but whatever. Whatever! Ah! I also think that ah is the answer. Ba-doom. Well... That guy was so casual, the way he bopped you, yeah. It sounds like I pulled my hair and then I'm getting hurt. True. Oh, I'm behind the thing. Doo-doo. 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 So that's what was making that sound. A man! Why is it so dark in here? Like, I wouldn't care if it wasn't the fact that there's a lot of things they like to put in random spots, like under boxes or... Well, that's for stuff, but also shit like, you know, switches and all of that stuff that's sometimes very difficult to notice. Just kind of annoying the way they do that. A hole! Baton. Oh. Okay. Glad I didn't continue trying to get over there. That was a really big tangent. I know, right? Honestly, this is kind of what this game is most of the time. Like, a lot of these puzzles are not even puzzles. They just have you walk around to, like, press a button that will open a door. There's just... It's like there's just reasons to put enemies in the corners. Look around and find a button. Simulator? Yeah, exactly. I don't know, like... I don't know, I just feel like it doesn't feel this way in some other games. I mean, you could argue that technically a lot of puzzle games are exactly that. You press a button just to open a door. Oh my god, we did it. But with this game, it's like it's even more obvious. What's the name of this level? The deck. Sure be the deck. Not what I meant to do. The poop deck. Correct. What just happened? The lighting on her legs right now looks very cartoonish, like people will be do a lot of things to get this stylized effect these days. It sounds so silly, but it's true. I see a... Sorry, what the fuck? I was just looking down. Can't just do that. Where did he come from? Oh god, there he is. Well. A lot of these heavy enemies don't actually drop anything. There's like no incentive to kill them, but I mean, if you don't, you're probably not even gonna come out of their life, so. Could I go for a bit? Thank you for stream if I don't make it back. You're welcome, thanks for hanging out. I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon enough anyway, but thanks for hanging out, it was nice having you here. Speaking of, I should take my medicine or I'm not gonna be able to fall asleep after this. Ow. Oh. I'll still be back for some time because yeah, because I did not take the medicine earlier and wouldn't be able to fall asleep anyway. I forgot. Silly, stupid brain. Why am I doing that to myself? Can I even get on the upper deck? The upper deck? Yeah. As expected, just slide down that thing. Well, they'll probably have me go there anyway. Me trying to, what's the word? Well, looking for an argument to actually skip this part. I think I might have just... I might need to jump here, because I don't really know what else to do. Oh my god, I thought I'm gonna miss the water. Oh no, why? Why can't we have normal fish? Why do we have to have the bitey fish? Why can't we be friends? Friendship with fish ended. Oh god. Camera's glitching out. This is where I jumped from, okay. Oh my god. Almost fell! Like a fool! Rusty key. Wait. Okay, I'm guessing gotta go this way. Ooh. Corridor. Under the water. Where did you come from? Oh. What the fuck? I failed that jump so bad. I didn't mean to do that. No god. I keep getting hurt because I'm bad at controls. What? What did she just do? Why is that easier than jumping forward? Aha! Fire is not that long distance something. My god, brain. What I meant to say is that fire doesn't travel a long distance, but there you go. Trying to use freaking verbs like verbs. Oh my god, what's this? I'm not ready for this yet! Ow. Also, this is level 10? Okay, never mind. I was about to say this is level 10. Wait, actually no, still. If you're listening to me and be like, what are you on about? But I don't blame you. This is level 10, and I'm almost by a save number 500, which means I will definitely have 1,000 save states. Wait. What are you doing? Key.
No.
Okay, not this one, okay. I see how it is. I hate these big levels because there's just too much shit to be done. Oh my god, what the heck? The 2 witches. What even? What am I supposed to do about this? What? Vanya! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Hello again! Oh my goodness. Hello! Yay, go guys, go check out Vanya! You're playing Pathfinder? How was it? Oh my god, I laugh. What even? How do I get there? How do I get behind this thing? Oh god. How was the game? Are you having fun? It's one of those games I really want to try someday. Oh my god, I thought that shadow in the background was like someone standing with a gun again. I'm seeing things at this point. We're seeing things. It's normal. It was fun, chill as per usual, though my highlight was the reveal of my new PNG tuber. It was today! Ah, oh, fuck! Super excited to have something professional for once. Noise. Guys, go check out Vanya's new PNG. I'm gonna check after, well, probably in the morning because it's late. But yeah, I'm super happy you have it done now. It's always exciting to have something new to use. What is this? What is this? I ask, looking at a pipe. Oh no. Oh no. Seriously? All that's stopping me is some... Check out this PNG. Sounds like I took a photo. No! I'm in a VTuber PNG. It's different. Oh gosh. I mean, you might have taken a photo. What am I? Do you like to say? Oh. Great song, by the way. Oh god. You can take one of the moon? Sure. Moon. Hydrate. I will, thank you. Water. Water is pretty good. If you're a fish. What the fuck is this texture? Wait, can you? No. Strange. My goodness. Is it buff? Is it fighting here? Well, is it fighting? Not really, but you know. Almost. I wonder how this game actually looked like on PlayStation. Like, I mean, you know what I mean. I just want to see it all wobbly and shit. No, don't do that. We were supposed to push it. Have to do this. And we have to pull that. Wait. You can't? Oh. Oh my god. Let's see. Hold on. It's the opposite. Is that thing over there also a box? Oh my god, stop jumping! Now I have to do the same again. And I will go. Shove box. No, that wasn't a box. Okay, the freaking lighting confused me. You have to show me the box. To a different box. She's strong, but she cannot pull 2 bucks at once. Whee! I feel the relationship with this game can be described with one psychological term. I know. I know. But I cannot drop it, I've already started! Besides, there are more! There's more entries to this. I can't just give up. You can absolutely flush a game series. I know, I'm not saying I wouldn't if I really didn't enjoy it, but I want to play this because I want to play the next ones. And I know the next one is similar, if not the same, basically. Because yes, and then I wanted to play even the next one, but I want to know the story! Oh god. I definitely do sound like I'm not okay in my brain. What? A box? Underwater? What the fuck? Can you... I cannot move boxes underwater though. So will this be empty later? Hmm. Hmm. Wait. Oh. Never mind, I thought this was too angled for me to get up. I thought I got stuck. Thankfully I'm fine. Ah! You know that moment in that game when you're like wondering whether or not you've made progress? And the answer is, well, you know you've made progress if enemies fucking respawn. Oh, why did you die on the thing? I cannot pick it up now. Asshole. Seriously? What the fuck is this level? You know, never mind. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear me. I didn't say anything. Oh god. So the plan is, after I finish this game, we need to pay attention to the credits of the game. And then we're gonna see who was the level designer. I know you can probably just... you're gonna say, oh, you can just Google it. No, listen, it won't be the same until we finish the game. New Game Plus Rare 2, no! We're gonna finish the... oh, fuck. Finish the game? Get the designers, the level designer's name, and we're gonna shoot him an email and being like, sir, what the fuck? It's not the best plan, but that's the best I have right now. This is the only way I'll be able to move forward after this. Leave us in Tomb Raider 2 or do to us. Thankfully you got better. I'm going to play the next one now. Oh my god, don't tell me. Okay, phew. I was like, do they want me to go back and like re-enable the water or something? I was about to become really upset with the game. All of that to get here because they put this stupid thing in my way. Ooh. More water. Why is there a box and in the water? Yeah, divers, as expected. I hate them. Fighting divers sucks. Fighting in the water sucks. Having so many guns for no reason but terrible controls sucks. Not this gun. Come to me. Come closer, stop shooting me. This game sucks. Oh god. Wait. I meant to save, not load. Actually, that's fine. Nothing changed. Can they stop? That's cheating. I say. Like I'm not the worst offender. This is what you get. Ahem. I was ready for her. Too. I was about to say that, but that's not really words. Meh. Beep beep. Beep beep. Secret. I wonder why so many games like. You know what? Never mind. Don't answer me that question. I know I didn't even ask it fully, but like I answered myself in my head. What the fuck? Why am I under this? Oh my god, this is terrible. Look how they built this. God. Why is this wood? How do I get in here? Ridiculous of this game since. Oh god. Wait. I think I know what I'm supposed to do here. This game's sins are countless. I don't think I will reach it, but I'm gonna try. Whee! Never mind. Lara Croft can breathe. Thank you for playing this. I legend have been downloaded. Oh god. You're welcome. Wait. No. Or. Oh. Ah, shit. Really? Can't just get up here like this? Why does it have to be so like needlessly complex? Oh god. You know, I thought that I didn't actually have to go this way. I thought that maybe I'm just, you know, making my life difficult. But I guess I'm wrong. I guess they do want me to try. To try and fail miserably. Oh god, okay. More water. Fuck. Why? Wait, oh my god. Oh fuck. Seriously? I was supposed to get that way? And get bitten by a fish! Well, but I found my own way. Take that, Tomb Raider. Okay, no. I was like, is there something on top? I was ready for the enemies. Hmm. What? Oh god. Oh. I see. Honestly, I guess I have to say that I definitely have gotten more used to the controls. Like compared to when I was playing the first game. Because in the first game, I would just like finish a level and be like, okay, I'm done. I don't want to struggle anymore. And now, not saying that this is great by any means, but like, at least I don't die every jump. Like, I got more used to the specifics of how to do things correctly mechanically. Because, yeah, the jumps are very specific. And if you don't do them properly, well, if you don't execute them properly, you're just gonna fall. And yeah, if you watched me play the first game, you know how that ends. Where am I currently? The Tomb Raider fundamentals. Surely. Even fundamentals, yes, not fundamentals. I can't read, by the way. If you haven't noticed, now you know. Where am I? Oh my god, I'm stupid. Hey, it's you. It's me? A Father's Gaming Challenge, hello! Oh, it's you. It's been a long time. I've been really busy having broken legs. Hello! I broke my leg again. No matter why. Why are you doing? Just doing many things. Some for reasons, some for not really any. No, it's okay, don't worry about it. I'm doing good, Laura, not so much, I guess. She's lost in the sauce. Okay. Also broke her ankles again. Why? It's like they know you're gonna die if you fall, but there's no other way to progress? Wait, never mind. Now I know why there's a freaking healing thing here. They're like, oh well, you're gonna get hurt if you fall, so you better just use this. Have you played this before? I've played the first game. So, this one is new for me. But yeah, the tank controls are pain and suffering. And I'm so glad that we found better ways of dealing with controls. Why? Why did they make this way? Like, we're gonna build it in a way that you're gonna get hurt by dropping off. Like, what? And so we're gonna give you a health pack so you can heal yourself before you drop off. Like, what were they thinking? Intro game design. Oh my god. I need to know what are other games. I bet they thought they were being smart. Yeah, they were like, we have a problem. We built this level in a way that you're gonna get hurt. I didn't see that was a shark there. Based on the complaints challenge, difficulty impossible. What's Yak 2? Jack 2? Yak 2? What are those words you're saying to me? But yeah, I was about to say, someone was like, boss, we have a problem. We made this in such a way that you're gonna die if you try to drop off. And they were like, just put a health pack over there, they're gonna be fine. Don't worry, it's fine. Also, fish are trying to bite my ass. PlayStation platformer game. I want to know what other game is like this. Oh my god, I just fucking got a flashback, a terrible war flashback. You know what? I just realized that technically me saying I haven't played this, well, is sort of a lie. Because when I was like, I don't know how much old. When I was something old, I played on my uncle's PlayStation, and I have not played Tomb Raider. However, I have played Barbie Explorer, which was basically a bootleg of this. And the controls were the same, and I forgot about it completely. Oh my god. Barbie Explorer, yeah. I don't know what that's the name, but something like that. There's a lot of things that went to Belar's ass. I didn't read the channel's rules before saying this. Actually, it's a testing achievement. Oh my god. Okay, Google search didn't confirm it's Barbie Explorer. Oh my god. I'll still feel bad for saying this. That's fine, don't worry about it. Oh my goodness. So, I'm guessing after I'm done with Tomb Raider, we're playing Barbie Explorer? Oh god. So maybe I can one day leave that game behind me. I have to, you know, oh god. One day it will just be about memory. Can I show a link here? You should be able to. YouTube. YouTube. Very curious minds, hold on. Oh my god. $2? 2 hours! You know what? Wait, is that 2 hours to finish the game? Or is that just the first part? I just kinda glanced at the link. Oh my god, that's a blessing. All things considered. I've wasted so many hours playing that game as a kid. Every time we would visit my uncle, I would play like 3 games. First, Barbie Explorer. Second, Lilo and Stitch. And the third one was Crash Bandicoot Team Racing. Only those 3. Nothing else. Not exactly good or long. Oh my god. But you know what? Just thinking about the fact that I've played so much of that game and I never managed to get any close to finishing it because of how difficult it was. Just you can just tell that those controls, they were not meant for kids. My goodness. Was you laughing at my dumb jokes? Always a bit reluctant to share them. That's with Fox, I don't know. I understand. I think I have committed a little mistake here. Because sure, I got up here, but I think I was supposed to go to the, you know, to the other room first. The one, on the very bottom. And now I have to go back again, like a full... Even live for 7 hours? Maybe. Hey. Uh-oh, what happened? The man killed me. He broke my bones. And it's not even, I'm not even challenging myself. Why am I alive for this long? You know what? Never mind, don't answer the question. Oh my god. He's dead! We did it! Peanut! Hello! Hello? We're going on an adventure. Adventure being a hole in the ground. Oops, I didn't mean to jump, I'm gonna die now. Ah! A pool? Wait. You're gonna survive? No, don't say that! Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, I might believe. I'm here to break this game. That's what it gets for breaking me. Something really funny about Lara bonking into walls and bed jumps. She's like this very what's the word? Agile person, and then she does something very stupid and it's like girl, what are you doing? I want to get on top of that thing! Feet! Zesty, hello! Why feet? Oh, it's because Lara... Yeah. What am I doing? What is that? Wait, I didn't come from... Did I go from that way? Or did I go from the other way? What's away? What am I saying? I think I'm confusing myself. I need to go that way. I think that's what the game wants from me. However, I'm not able to go there yet. And that is very, very sad. However, as you can see, I'm stupid. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna get hurt. Watch out. Whee! The fuck? Why did you do that? You were supposed to take a long run. What if you took damage from it too? From hurting, from running into walls? She should definitely take damage from that. Why? Why are we nerfing jumps now? This has never happened before. Why? I'm upset. They can't even jump now. Fuck. That was a really pathetic fight, but sure, whatever. What? Is there something in the water? Fish! Why is fish in the water? I swear it's fish in the water. All that yapping about your Tomb Raider fundamentals? What? But what's... Why? What do you mean? I mean, I'm still... Like, I'm not... Nothing changed. I think the game is just rude. Oh, you mean the jump's not working? I see. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I'm blaming the game. The longer I play this, the more confused I get. Ooh. What is this? Can I use this box for anything? I'm going up, maybe? Maybe? My Tomb Raider fundamentals. They're ruined. Can't trust myself anymore. Bet your crate is empty. I hope so. I'm gonna be very concerned if it's not. Okay, so I can do that. But the lower level we've I don't actually know why that's there to begin with. That was such a pathetic noise. What the fuck was that? Come back here. There we go. Oh, another crate. Wait, it's a different level? Oh, that was the same. Level of the ship, by the way, that's what I mean. Although I feel like I'm doing it the opposite way I should. I'll stop blinking, it's annoying me. That's it? There's no weird man? Kirioitamaton? Did I read that properly? Thank you for the phone. I probably read it wrong, I'm sorry. Wait, not this way. This is a way of death. Pretty close. Kirioi Tamaton. Why are just spikes here? Hope it helps. Thanks. Wait, can I grab this? No! God damn it. Anyway, let me just go use that key and then I will probably have to return her anyway. How did I even get down there? I don't remember how I did it earlier. I don't remember. Oh, you remember? First I just remember. Oh, say that you remember. Oh my god, I'm failing at singing the song. What happens when you sing at 2 AM? How do I get down? What the heck? How did I do it earlier? I know, I know how I did earlier. Never mind, I'm stupid. It was through here. Quiet. It's just water. Pretend you're a fish and we'll be fine. Ah, please. You are fine. Don't worry about it. No screaming necessary. Pretends to be a fish by attacking herself. Lara Croft hates nature, hates everything that's alive. Can I get a different song? So annoying. Do 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 do. What are you doing? Cabin key.
No.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean no? Where the fuck am I supposed to go then? Where's the cabin? I didn't see any keyholes. Oh god. Houston, we got a problem with this game. So there's a couple of things. First of all, I need to get a— wait, I'm stupid. Oh, never mind. What is the number next to each save? It's the the consecutive number of each save. So it just tells you how many times I've saved. Which is just 500, it's normal, don't worry about it. Which is kind of funny because that's what I do when I play other games. I usually just number things. Do not forget what came after. Very normal. Yes. Nothing, what's the word? Possibly... suspicious, yes. I love it when my brain erases a word from my memory. And then I'm just like kind of look like I'm losing my brain. Losing my mind. When I played Final Fantasy Tactics, I think I needed like 1,000 save states for... I think that was me with Fallout. My goodness. Final Fantasy Tactics! I didn't get there yet, but imagine that will be another one of those Since, well, you already confirmed it for me. The number of saves. Why does she make that sound when she pushes something? That's so weird. Okay, I just you know, just made sure that I can go up from here. Although don't know why. It's just quite confusing, to be honest. What I do know is I need to go this way at least. Eh. What? Actually... Whoa, what's this? Some music. Wow, you are on top of a thing. Congratulations. What? Why? That's just... Oh, God. That's it? This voice is secret? Oh, really? Really? One cool detail is that you can walk on top of such things like broken glass, but only if you're walking very slowly. Very slowly. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I am testing. That's a cool detail, yeah! Like, it makes sense for... I mean, not really in this, but... You know what, never mind, don't listen to me. I was like, it makes sense, and then I realized she's barefoot. Like, what? Excuse me? I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Question mark. Why am I here? For no reason, I suppose. Just because I could. That's the answer. Didn't mean to fall. Don't fall. Just being really careful. Oh wait, you can actually grab that thing. Oh. So this is not that stupid actually. That was stupid though. Seriously? Okay, so... Oh, I see. Doesn't make sense. Like, reckless walking barefoot on rusted metal. Then on just, you know, broken glass. Then on rusted metal again. On old boards. Certainly very splintery. She doesn't care. She wouldn't be here if she cared. She's like, watch me. Oh god. How do I get up again without doing all of that weird walking through the caves? Is there even a way? Or maybe I should have just skipped that secret. So there's also another thing over there, I believe. Maybe? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Never mind. What? Really? Wait. Could you? Oh. Load the game. Each saves takes away from my brain cells. I'm paying a very high price for this. What even is this? What have I found? Why is this to be nothing? I didn't mean it for real. Why is there nothing here? I was just joking. What? Why is this here in the first place? Oh, you know what? No, I don't understand. I don't understand anything. Nothing makes sense anymore. But the game makes you believe that you were supposed to come here. But then it's like, we don't have anything else to do. Wow, wow. 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 This was before I jumped? Yes. Let me go up. I'm just gonna try finding the cabin. Not like this for sure. I'm happy I'm here to listen to the Source Capella cover of Tomb Raider 2 soundtrack. You want to hear a funny thing? This is not even Tomb Raider's soundtrack, this is the soundtrack of freaking Daggerfall. Because Tomb Raider doesn't have music. Yeah, it has very little music. It only plays occasionally. And yeah, it's like, I would say it covers maybe 5% of the game. Jokes on me. Don't worry, it's okay. We pull. What? What? There's a thing that's supposed to open. What the fuck? That's just a secret with that fucking guy. And he was like, "Wow, I found something." There was a guy behind the secret door. Just hanging. It was his secret room. I was not supposed to find out. You freed him, I killed him. He's free forever. Freed him from his mortal existence, exactly. He's free now. Forever and ever. He does not have to worry about anything no more. What am I standing on? This is so far the most confusing level in this game. It's just completely convoluted, well, for a lack of a better word. Like, what is even happening here? Worst thing is that I know what I should do. Possibly. Problem is, I don't know how to achieve that. Like, there's a lot of doors that just close for no reason. And I don't see a way of opening them. How do you loot a convo? Loot a convo? What do you mean? Is that a setup for a joke? Combo. I didn't even notice I said that. I did that. Yeah. I looted a convo. How? See, this is a very difficult question. Whoa. Grenades. Not like I really care about them, never use them. I'm sorry, don't be sorry! What the heck? I mean, I set that up myself. I have to get up there. Wow. Wait. Wait. No. No. But this way? Ah! It made sense almost. This is exactly the same, isn't it? Ah. Why can't I grab the ledge? Yeah. 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 Running around here. It's surely the definition of insanity. What is this? Why is there a hole? Designer of this game? I'll find you. I promise. You will never be safe. What am I gonna do? Probably nothing. What if it's the other way around? What if I... Oh, that could potentially be the case. That I get up there and then from over there jump here. But I have a cabin key. Where are the key items? Detail level. Oh wait, no, this thing. Cabin key. What the fuck is that for? There's just one place that I saw that needs a key and it doesn't want this key. This is the canonical way that Lara Croft finds out things. She just runs around in circles, praying to God that she'll find something eventually. And most of the time she just hits walls. Everybody thinks Lara Croft is super cool. But she's just confused. Like the rest of us. May I ask where you're from? I'm from Poland. Which makes me be awake at 2:30 AM. But it's fine. Warsaw? No. A bit more north. Not a lot, but still. I went to Warsaw for work a while ago. Ooh. What did you do? What do you do there? Touching the walls. Please open the door. I'm praying. I'm in Montreal, Canada. Oh, Canada. Noise. Awards for video game studio. People Can Fly. The main office in. I've heard about that studio, but I don't know what games they make. Actually, I don't. Probably would have, like, if I checked, I would have known, but my brain not here. You're like, I don't know. Ah, music scared me. I think Garble, the company really mistreated people I work with, so I don't support them. Ah, fair. So I guess there's no need for checking what they make. Yay, that saves me the effort. That sounds really silly. What am I even supposed to be here? Why? The fucking camera just murdered me! Oh my god. Like, sure, there are tank controls, but also the camera does kind of influence your movement. So, do you normally work with video games? Ah, shit! Fuck. I messed up again. Ah. No. I've been doing quality assurance for about 13 years now. Ooh. Ads. Oh, Nor. Nor, not the ads. Shit, fuck. Don't worry, chat. Even if you're in ads, you're not missing a lot. Just be suffering, walking in circles for hours. Oh, this is wrong before I say I pick the thing. Oh. Is it what is this for? Is there no reason to even go here? Can't touch it. I'm going crazy, by the way. So I'm gonna try the same thing again. Which is using a key on this stupid door.
No.
Why not? What kind of key do you want me to have? There's no other keys. Wait. What the fuck is that? Why is there a hole in there? Welcome back! Oh, something weird. Oh, wait, no way. Did I accidentally find something? Oh, Quantic Dream? Oh, Quantic Dream! Oh. Do you like your job? Honestly, just hearing you admit say that there's still quality assurance is somewhat nice, all things considered. Not really. Oh gosh. But you know what? That's fair. It's all good. You still have work despite the AI uprising. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Yeah, knows how long that will last. Well, I hope that will last for a bit more. Oh my god, seriously? This is what I had to go here for? I accidentally found a way. Not really sure if this is where I'm supposed to go, but like there's no other places. Even the music's changed. Even the music's surprised I found something. Can the camera stop freaking out? It's one of those levels. Well, levels, puzzles, I guess. I'm still thinking about the barbecue. But yeah, as I said, I played that game as a kid, so many hours. It was very difficult because I kept falling into holes or being like struck by boulders or some shit. And yeah, it did have tank controls, and it also was like, oh, you have to position yourself properly, and I remember rotating in place for such a long time to reach things. But there was more, what was the word? Well, the controls were actually a bit more diverse. You could, like, climb up things. I'm not sure if they took it from, like, maybe the next game or something. I don't know. We will finish. Actually, I should probably add it to my list and see where it places. I don't know when it came out. I'm just wondering if it like took those mechanics from something or just actually they added something new. Yay, as I said, you know you're making progress when there's enemies. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up this level. And then I'm just gonna eat myself into bed. But I'm glad. How many levels did they do today? I don't know. I've lost count. Oh, I am here. Okay. So I was trying to do things the opposite way. I don't know if I did 4 or 5. Oh, my eyes are big. And my eyes feel like there's glue on them. Glue! Is this thing gonna drop me down? Yeah. I expected you. Fuck off. There's dark in here. Dark as shit, actually. You know what? How long was that guy waiting there? 30 hours. You're like, damn. And we knew she's stupid, but like, it's taking really a long time to get here. But there's a lot of things that are very, well, what would be a good word? Non-linear. About this. There's a lot of things that don't really make a lot of sense. Like, the levels are very open, so you kinda end up walking around in circles a lot of the time. At least me, because I'm silly. It's like, if you are in, you know, in a couple of rooms, then you know what, fine. There's not really a lot of options. Oh, there we go. This thing opened. But in case of open spaces like this, they love just putting like random caves around. And it's like, oh, you haven't found that cave? Well, you have a problem because you have to follow that cave to just get anywhere. You need that cave to freaking get to some other thing. And it's like, Jesus Christ, oh my god, switch. A switch! What the fuck? Oh, this door. No. No. Fuck you. I see. Imagine failing as a villain with henchmen as long as these. I know, right? Crazy. Against a barefoot woman. I never see you live this late. Don't tell anybody. Eva's gonna yell at me. This is now a grudge match. Sort of, yeah. I found the fucking cabin. Guess Tomb Raider 2. I still am looking for the tombs. What the fuck? Where did you come from? Hey, that's not fair, you're cheating. Where did you come from? Oh. But what a delight to see you. Thank you! I'm happy to hear that. Where's this man? Oh my god. The wall! I'm full of glue! What? That would insinuate I'm a horse or something. Why'd they say that? Why do we say anything? Did I pick this thing up? No. It's so dark in here. So there's a horse. No, don't make me an Uma. How do I always end up being some sort of animal? Oh my god. Is there... There is glass on the bottom. As expected, honestly. As if you're scared of glass, Lara. Where are these men coming from? I'm just walking around with like guns ready. What? What is this? I shall save. I think I'm close to the end now though. I believe like the exit to the level will be behind that locked door. You have to win a horse race. Wait, you have to win the horse races? I bet all my savings on you? Oh my god. Don't do that, you're gonna lose everything. Almost like what's her name? Goldfish. Natural progression on enemy girls always leads to animal ears. Oh my goodness, no, never! Never! Where am I? Why am I on top of this? I ask, despite, you know, coming here, coming here, fully aware. This cave doesn't make any sense. Did I just see a water drop or was it a glitch? That would be a cool detail, but I don't think that was actually intended. What? What? Excuse me? Wait, is there something over here? Yes, okay. I thought I was just got lost. I got stuck. There's nothing friendly in these levels. May as well to talk the scenery. Aww. Let's do one nice thing, one cool thing. Never mind. She jumped over. How tall is this cave? Daggerfall. It's a game. It's a game. Ooh! How the fuck did this end up here? Who put this here? Fact check true? Wait, why are we for fact checking? Daggerfall? Daggerfall is in fact a game. That is correct. I'm hurting myself. Like a fool. Daggerfall! The experts agree. I need to play, what was the next one? Morrowind. No, the... Hold on. I'm thinking about something else. There's like Battlespire and there's one more before it. I don't remember the name. Redguard, yes. Yeah. I want to play those. I'm not sure if I want to play them on stream though. I'm not sure how long they were they are and if that's even interesting for anybody. I've never seen anyone play those games. I think it's interesting. I might maybe play them, depending. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna check how long they are, to be honest. Battlespire is just Daggerfall in a big dungeon from what I recall. Ooh. I've said anything before Morrowind unless I can make others suffer with me. Don't worry, look at me. I'm all for suffering. All I do is suffer. Okay. Now I just need to go down and open the door with a key. What the fuck? There's two of them? What the fuck? Is there one still alive? I cannot tell. No. The heck? The joy of suffering. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe so. At this point I cannot tell. if it's suffering or whether I enjoy these games. No, I'm just joking, but... You know, I've played them... I've played a lot of them at this point, so... I sort of don't mind them that much. Ooh. Wait, actually... I can probably just jump on this rock. They say after not even jumping, just falling. We let our body snapped, and Jesus wasn't ready. She's made of sticks. Morrowind has Tamriel rebuilt, which adds most of the main on Morrowind, and Project Tamriel, which is the parts of Surrender and Skyrim, and they're incredible. Ooh. I don't often play games with mods. Not that I have anything against mods. I don't know how to say this. In a way, I'm like against adding more to the game because I just, you know, I end up playing them for too many hours in the end. Oh my god. Part of me is also like, I don't know, I just find it difficult to kind of judge how, like, true to the original game a modification is. I don't know. I think too much about these things. It doesn't, in the end, it doesn't matter, really. I know that many people will not agree with my, points. And that's fine. I'm weird. I think, you know, mostly I'm just like, I have too many games to play, so I just try to get the core experience done. And then I'm like, okay, I'm moving on. I don't like treating games like check marks. But because I do know that it kind of sounds like that. But, you know, I just want to try a lot of things. You know. What the fuck is this? What? What? We found a thing! If you ever check either of those projects out, they're honestly better than the vanilla game. In a lot of ways. They have very heated lore discussions on their Discord. Oh my goodness. I'm scared of that. The one thing I'm scared about is all freaking debates about lore. So what makes you enjoy a game most? Yay! Okay, we found... Well, let's see, is there a cutscene? There is! Oh! Oh my god, guys! Another outfit! The third one! And a fresh environment. Okay, you know what? This is it. This is it for today. Now she's got her shoes back. She did. We did it. We finished the water level. We got some weird thing. Suddenly snow. And that's it for today. That's it. Enough. I'm glad we got the water experience. It's done. I don't know. You know what? I don't know why, but when I saw that snow, my brain was like, "Ooh, this is gonna be fun." You know, at this point, I'm just really... Solborg is a nice name, honestly. I'm just so glad that we're over with the water level. Fuck the water level. Jesus. No one likes water levels in games. They're pain and suffering. Good night. Good night. Let me check if I can raid anybody. And this hour I don't know who's live at this hour. Pyrrha is live. Maybe and Song, Corpse. Let's raid Pyrrha. Pyrrha's playing Atlas. Great Pyrrha! Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna get sleeps and I'm gonna rest so I can do some arts tomorrow. But in the meantime, please stay safe and say hi to Pyrrha. And I will see you again soon. I'm definitely going to do another stream this week. I just don't yet know on which day. Depends on things. Maybe Thursday. Maybe. I'm not promising anything. Yeah. Anyway, good night and say hi to Pyrrha. Bye bye.